Chapter 419. When the three true Lord ranks were in danger, Zhao Feng used the Tree Yao Essence Fruit's power to break through to the peak True Mystic rank. Because he had eaten the entire Tree Yao Essence Fruit in a rush, Zhao Feng couldn't absorb all of its power. His source of true spirit had reached its limit and couldn't expand any further. In order to avoid wasting it, Zhao Feng sent a portion of the Tree Yao Essence Fruit's essence into the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit. At its peak, the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit was even purer than when Zhao Feng had just reached the peak True Mystic rank. However, this source of true spirit was in a dried-up state, and the Tree Yao Essence Fruit's life force and essence of heaven and earth instantly gave it a new lease of life and quickly recovered. The Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit can only be used as a second reserve. I can also use it at critical moments. Zhao Feng knew that this was one of his hidden cards. However, up until now, there hadn't been any danger that forced Zhao Feng to burn his source of true spirit. Burning his source of true spirit and burning his chi of true spirit were two different concepts. If he burned his chi of true spirit, his battle power would multiply, but it would hurt his foundation if he continued for too long. However, burning his source of true spirit meant destroying one's foundation in cultivation, but his battle power would increase by several times. If he burned his source of true spirit too fiercely, it would self-destruct. After breaking through, while Zhao Feng consolidated his foundation, he split a part of his attention to pay attention to the three true Lord ranks. Shameless humans! All of you, stay here. The towering Tree Yao was enraged and destroyed some of its branches and roots just to kill these humans who had taken its offspring. One had to know. The towering Tree Yao's attacks were comparable to those at the Origin Core realm. Under such a crazy counterattack, even the three true Lord ranks had a high chance of dying. Amongst them, Yi Yanyu faced the most pressure. This was because she and the little thieving cat had taken two Tree Yao essence fruits and were hated by the towering Tree Yao. Luckily, her trump card was also quite powerful. She actually used a special jade talisman to activate the faux god protection. The silhouette of the moon-robed fairy behind Yi Yanyu was her master, the Saint Moon Ant Goddess. If it's a normal Origin Core realm, I can use the void god protection to heavily injure or even kill them. However, the tree demon's vitality is too tenacious, and its size is even larger. Its roots cover a radius of several kilometers. Yi Yanyu did not attack recklessly. The void god protection could be used for defense or to unleash an attack. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the power of a void god realm king. In the current situation, it was obviously safer to use it for defense. With the support of the Void God's protection, Yi Yanyu remained calm under the towering tree demon's frenzied attacks. Even the towering Tree Yao was stunned by the aura of the Void God protection, and its attacks on Yi Yanyu were weakened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhuang Wan, and Qi Gui immediately closed in with Yi Yanyu. The three teamed up to create a path of survival. Qi Gui also had a trump card in his hand. He drank a mysterious smoke-like liquid and a layer of faint black light appeared on the surface of his body. His body became very light and floated like a ghost. He gritted his teeth and released some ghosts from the weapon on his waist. Amidst a wave of miserable screams, those phantoms and malicious ghosts were all absorbed by the faint black membrane on the surface of the crimson ghost. This way, Qi Gui's body was almost that of a ghost and was immune to over 70% of physical attacks. He could even pass through the gaps between the leaves. Interesting. Zhao Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he could see some of the details with his god's spiritual eye, he might not be able to understand things that were too profound. A while later, the three true Lord ranks teamed up and finally killed their way out of the towering Tree Yao's blockade. The towering Tree Yao paid a heavy price but still couldn't stop the three true Lord ranks. The forces behind these three true Lord ranks are after all two-star sects and any one of them can sweep across the Azure Flower continent. Yi Yenyu's master is even at the Void God realm. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. Maybe he would be an overwhelming prodigy in the Azure Flower continent. However, these geniuses came from higher-ranked sects and in terms of resources, skills and master. They surpassed the 10 great clans of the Azure Flower continent by more than a level. Since I've used the Void God protection, I might as well go all the way. Yi Yenyu's face went cold as she turned around and pointed with her finger. When the moon-robed celestial figure behind her, which had dimmed by more than half, broke through the air, bringing with it a vast and heaven-shaking divine might. Instantly, the heaven-earth yuan qi within 100-mile radius started to gather like a flood. It was as if there was a god in the sky that controlled the heavens and earth. This aura. Zhao Feng's heart trembled and his god's spiritual eye also trembled. In front of this boundless heaven-earth yuan qi, all the geniuses present were as small as ants. Everyone felt a pressure that came from their souls. Even with Zhao Feng's powerful source of mental energy, he was still unable to move, much less those at the true spirit realm. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound exploded in the middle of the forest in the canyon. Zhao Feng saw the figure of the moon-robed fairy expand to a radius of 100 zhang and collide with the towering tree Yao. The towering tree Yao screamed in fear and used its branches to protect its trunk. A layer of green light shot out of its body and clashed with the power of the Void God protection. Immediately after, a dazzling and piercing moonlight covered a radius of several kilometers. A shockwave that could only be seen with the naked eye swept out for 5 kilometers. Not good. The disciples of the 3 clans were affected and all circulated their qi of true spirit and used secret techniques to protect themselves. What power! Just the shockwave alone is enough to kill normal true spirit realms. Zhao Feng circulated the qi of true spirit within his body and condensed a cloak of lightning. Even so, it was hard for him to deal with it. Over half of the geniuses of the 3 sects were at the peak true mystic rank and most had secret techniques or weapons to protect themselves. The shockwave lasted for 3 breaths before dying down. Everyone let out a long breath and looked over. Everything within 10 miles was covered in dust. That attack just then was enough to destroy a small city. And this was when the Void God protection was over half used up. If Xiao Chen was at his peak, he might be able to kill a supremacy with a single strike from the foe god protection. So the 3 true lord ranks flew back and met up with the geniuses behind them. Although that attack just then injured the towering tree Yao, it wasn't enough to kill it. Yi Yenyu murmured. The towering tree demon's physique and vitality were simply too powerful. Its roots covered a radius of several li, and the deepest one was 10 li underground. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and found that the branches of the towering tree Yao had been shattered. Even one side of the towering tree Yao's trunk was damaged. Although it didn't kill the towering tree Yao, one side has been broken through. Zhao Feng's heart moved. The most valuable treasure on the towering tree Yao wasn't the tree Yao essence fruit but the wood spirit essence soul. The wood spirit essence could strengthen one's heart and soul, which was beneficial to a venerable's comprehension of the virtual god level. If an expert at the true spirit realm could obtain the wood spirit essence soul, it would only be a matter of time before they reached the origin core realm. To cultivators that cultivated the Tao of the soul, the wood spirit essence soul was a dream treasure. Zhao Feng obviously understood this point. However, he knew that he couldn't obtain the wood spirit essence soul by himself. In order to obtain the wood spirit essence soul, he had to kill the towering tree Yao and there was the possibility that the towering tree Yao would die together with him. At this moment in time, the 3 true lord ranks were heavily injured and couldn't attack the towering tree Yao. The one with the heaviest injuries was Qi Gui. He had used a mysterious smoke-like aura and used a secret technique to turn his body into a half-empty state. Even Yi Yenyu, whose injuries were the lightest, was more severe than when they fought in the cave. "Where's Yu Luo?" Yi Yenyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. The geniuses from the Pure Moon spiritual sect were slightly sorrowful as they told the story of Yu Luo's death. They didn't purposely smear Zhao Feng's name. After all, Yu Luo's death was clearly seen by the disciples of the three sections. With Yu Luo's personality, it's not surprising that he wanted Zhao Feng's Tree Yao essence fruit and killed him for it. However, a true Lord rank was tricked by a doppelganger and fell into the towering Tree Yao's attack range. Furthermore, Yu Luo isn't an impulsive person. Yi Yenyu's eyebrows furrowed and she only believed 50% of it. Her eyes were cold, exuding an indescribable pressure and penetrating power as they scanned Zhao Feng's body. If it was someone else who had a guilty conscience, they would definitely feel uneasy. Yi Yenyu would be able to sense even the slightest abnormality. However, Zhao Feng was calm both on the surface and in his heart. Yi Yenyu obviously didn't see anything weird. Yi Yenyu was deep in thought. She felt that Yu Luo's death was weird. Although she was sure that Yu Luo didn't die directly by Zhao Feng's hands, it might have something to do with him. After all, only Zhao Feng was close to Yu Luo. Before Yu Luo died, no one saw Zhao Feng attack, but at that time, he was in stealth and no one saw him. This means, no one can prove that he didn't attack. Yi Yenyu thought. She started to find suspicious points but couldn't eliminate the possibility of murder. There were still suspicious points on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye also saw the change in Yi Yenyu's expression. This girl is extremely smart and only the little thieving cat managed to trick her. However, she might still be suspicious. Zhao Feng found that while his rewards were increasing, the possibility of him being exposed was also increasing. He made the decision that if there wasn't a bigger fortune, he would find a chance to escape and split up with Yi Yenyu. Right at this moment in time. So, the sound of flying came from the distance and a true Lord rank aura that wasn't weaker than Yi Yenyu and Zhuang Wan's. More than a dozen figures appeared in the clouds. Not good, the Pure Moon spiritual sect has sent reinforcements. The expressions of those from the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace changed slightly. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over and saw that there were more than a dozen people that were even stronger than Yu Luo's group. The leader was a mystic-clothed youth whose cultivation had reached the late-stage True Lord rank and seemed to have just broken through. One of the reasons why I killed Yu Luo was because I felt that the Pure Moon spiritual sect was too strong and could affect the balance. Now another late-stage True Lord rank has come. Chapter 420. The Pure Moon spiritual sect was indeed worthy of being a 2.5-star force. Of the 10 True Lord ranks, they had 5, suppressing the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace. Before this, Zhao Feng realized this and was worried about breaking the balance between the three sects, so he killed Yu Luo and killed a True Lord rank. But unexpectedly, not long after Yu Luo died, another late-stage True Lord rank came from the Pure Moon spiritual sect and brought large amounts of reinforcements. Over half of them were at the peak True Mystic rank. It's Brother Li Hong. Brother Li Hong must have had some fortune in the ruins, or else how would he have reached the late-stage True Lord rank? The geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect were filled with envy and joy. Before entering the ruins, Li Hong's ranking amongst the 10 True Lord ranks was slightly lower than the dead Yu Luo. But now that he had reached the late-stage True Lord rank, his ranking was right behind Yi Yenyu and Zhuang Wan. Li Hong, you've come at the right time. We're lacking people. A refreshing smile appeared on Yi Yenyu's pretty face that was like a white lotus. At this moment in time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the black-clothed young man leading the reinforcements, Li Hong. Li Hong reaching the late-stage True Lord rank and bringing reinforcements gave the Pure Moon spiritual sect, who had just lost a True Lord rank, a shot of confidence. However, the geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace had solemn expressions. The Pure Moon spiritual sect has another late-stage True Lord rank. Could it be that even the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace will be suppressed by the Pure Moon spiritual sect? Chi Gui murmured to himself as the white flames in his eyes danced. The Moon Demon Palaces sighed. The two most difficult geniuses to deal with in the Pure Moon spiritual sect are Yi Yenyu and Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi has almost reached the half-step origin core realm and is unrivaled amongst the 10 true lord ranks. Zhuang Er's dark crescent moon mark flickered between her eyebrows. Her purple hair fluttered like a fairy in the wind. The Pure Moon spiritual sect had 2 of the top 3 true lord ranks. Lu Tianyi was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest and Yi Yenyu and Zhuang weren't his match. However, Lu Tianyi hadn't appeared yet. Soon. The black-clothed youth, Li Hong, led a dozen or so people to meet up with Yi Yenyu and the others. Junior Sister Yi, I was attracted by the energy fluctuations of the faux god protection. Indeed, I see you here. Although Li Hong was in high spirits, he was still very polite to Yi Yenyu. He had just reached the late-stage True Lord rank and there was still a gap between him and Yi Yenyu and Zhuang. The attack from the Void God protection is so powerful that all those at the True Spirit realm within 1,000 miles can sense it. Looks like this canyon will attract more and more geniuses. Zhao Feng stood in a corner and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he felt a few gloating gazes. Those obviously malicious gazes came from the 2 male disciples who had a good relationship with Yu Luo. They had previously tried to snatch Zhao Feng's tree demon essence fruit, but had failed. Senior brother Li Hong and senior brother Yu Luo have always had a close relationship. In the past, senior brother Yu Luo even helped Li Hong. Even if Zhao Feng isn't the culprit, if senior brother Li Hong wants to find out, that brat won't have a good time. The 2 male disciples rejoiced in his misfortune. Senior brother Li Hong, have you found any traces of senior brother Lu? Yi Yenyu asked with concern. Senior brother Lu. The geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect all perked up their ears and revealed respectful expressions. Brother Lu was Lu Tianyi and just like his name, he was number 1 amongst the 10 true lord ranks. Right now, the towering tree Yao is heavily injured and has a clear weakness. However, we're also injured and it'll be hard for us to kill it together. However, if senior brother Lu comes personally, there's at least a 60% chance. Yi Yenyu said. She was similar to Lu Tianyi in that they both liked to act alone and didn't interfere with each other. However, the value of the wood spirit essence soul was too high. The roots, fruits, leaves and bark of the towering tree Yao were all treasures. It wasn't much lower than killing an origin core realm beast. A few days ago, I saw senior brother Lu. At that time, he killed several true lord ranks but his luck was bad and he was chased by an origin core realm beast. However, his luck was a bit bad and he was chased by an origin core realm demonic sovereign. After losing the battle, he retreated, and there's no news of him. When Li Hong mentioned senior brother Lu, he sighed and shook his head. Lu Tianyi's level was too high and normal true lord ranks couldn't compare to him. Zhao Feng listened on the side and couldn't help but click his tongue. The Pure Moon spiritual sect had such a monster. Normal true lord ranks would run away when they saw an origin core realm beast sovereign. This Lu Tianyi was indeed strong. Even if he couldn't win, he still had the chance to run away. Of course, I have another important piece of news. It's about the person who entered the ruins treasured palace. Li Hong's eyes twinkled. Ruins treasured palace. The expressions of the Pure Moon spiritual sect disciples changed. Before this, they could only confirm that someone had entered the ruins treasured palace and it wasn't one of the 10 true lord ranks. But now, Li Hong seemed to know something. Who's that person? If he doesn't belong to the 10 true lord ranks, could he be someone from a subsidiary force of the 3 sects? Yi Yenyu's pretty face tensed up. She had been brooding over this and was very unwilling to accept it. The ruins treasured palace was the core of the Purple Saint ruins. Only by entering the treasured palace could one obtain the true inheritance. None of them. Li Hong shook his head and said solemnly, "You won't believe me, but the girl who entered the ruins' treasured palace doesn't belong to the 3 sections. She might not even be a genius from the Tianlu Islands." "What? How is this possible?" The geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect all shook their heads. Even the nearby Moon Demon Palace and Black Cliff Palace heard the discussion and felt it was unbelievable. "You're saying, an outsider?" Yi Yanyu and company's gazes turned towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's heart jumped as he cursed in his heart. The gazes of the geniuses of the 3 sects all landed on Zhao Feng. Speaking of outsiders, Zhao Feng was one of them. There's one here too. He doesn't have the aura of the inheritance token from the 3 sections. Li Hong's eyes twinkled as he looked at Zhao Feng in surprise. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. One would have to pay the price sooner or later. He had mingled in the Pure Moon spiritual sect as a bystander, fishing in troubled waters, seeking benefits, and reaping such a great harvest. However, benefits and danger always existed. Although the little thieving cat's plan was good, it was also dangerous. However, if he didn't do this, it would be extremely hard for an outsider like Zhao Feng to survive in the ruins, let alone obtain any treasures. "Zhao Feng, what's your relationship with the person who entered the inheritance?" Yi Yenyu's face went cold. A layer of moonlight appeared on her skin, and she was like a goddess under the moon as an invisible true lord rank aura radiated from her. "I don't know him. I was attracted here by a mysterious power and I was alone." "Oh, there's also that cat." Zhao Feng shook his head. His current situation was extremely dangerous as he was locked on by Yi Yanyu and Li Hong. Even the 3 true lord ranks of the Moon Demon Palace and Black Cliff Palace were paying close attention to this. Yi Yanyu was slightly disappointed. She had asked the little thieving cat about Zhao Feng's situation before. Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't mention Zhao Yufei or else it would be troublesome. Even though he was certain that the outsider who entered the ruins' treasured palace was most likely Zhao Yufei. Because at that time, the Purple Saint Ruins target was Zhao Yufei and Zhao Feng had only, incidentally, come in. "The heavens and earth are so vast and there are millions of sections. I entered the ruins by accident and other geniuses might also be the same. Maybe the Purple Saint Ruins will have some changes or loopholes." Zhao Feng said slowly. "What you say makes sense. According to my seniors, the Purple Saint Ruins has been around for so many years and there are indeed some weaknesses." The mystic-robed Li Hong actually agreed with Zhao Feng's words. Since there was an accident with Zhao Feng, then there might be more accidents. In reality, Zhao Feng's words were purposely to divert everyone's thoughts. As long as he didn't have anything to do with the girl who entered the treasured palace, then his agreement with Yi Yanyu wouldn't be shaken. After all, Yi Yanyu was still the leader of the Pure Moon spiritual sect. "Looks like I need to leave this group as soon as possible. If I wait for Lu Tianyi to arrive, the situation will change and I won't be able to control it." Zhao Feng made up his mind. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng found that the 2 male disciples who had a good relationship with Yu Luo walked in front of Li Hong and said a few words in a low tone. "Yu Luo. He's dead." Li Hong's heart shook. This sudden news made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Yu Luo. They had been together since they were young and had risen in the clan together. Initially, Yu Luo was stronger in the sect and took good care of Li Hong who had just entered the sect. Yu Luo had even saved Li Hong's life once in the clan trial. Li Hong had always been grateful towards Yu Luo. The two's strength was similar and their relationship was close. Now that he knew that Yu Luo was dead, Li Hong seemed to be struck by lightning and stood dazed for a while. "Damn it. I've used up all my luck. This Li Hong and Yu Luo's relationship isn't shallow." Zhao Feng felt that something was wrong. He finally understood why the two disciples from before looked at him gloatingly. Knowing that Yu Luo was dead, Li Hong's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife and he howled into the sky. Of course. After all, he was a true Lord rank expert and soon calmed himself down. Tell me the details. His eyes coldly scanned over Zhao Feng and started to ask for details. Knowing that Yu Luo had died chasing after Zhao Feng, Li Hong's face became cold and his eyes became bloodshot with killing intent. Brat! Although you're not the one who killed brother Yu Luo, if it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have died. Li Hong's teeth bit his lips and blood dripped from them. The hatred and killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. A powerful true Lord rank aura appeared from his body and ripples of lightning appeared in the air. A part of the power of lightning was even stronger than the lightning inheritance that Zhao Feng had comprehended. This Li Hong cultivates a water lightning cultivation technique. He actually managed to fuse two different types of energy, water and lightning. He's from a 2-star sect and the skill he cultivates is 1 or 2 levels higher than the original lightning inheritance from the Floating Crest Palace. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Zhao Feng's heart became and the more powerful his god's spiritual eye became. Chapter 421. At this point in time, Li Hong didn't hide his killing intent at all and his true Lord rank aura resonated with the water lightning Yuan Qi in the air. A wave of blue lightning condensed in the air. This was the first time Zhao Feng faced the aura of a late-stage true Lord rank head-on. Due to the difference in strength and the fact that Zhao Feng needed to carry out his plan, he only touched the surface of the fight with Yi Yanyu. Under this pressure, Zhao Feng didn't panic at all and glanced at Yi Yanyu. According to the agreement, she had to guarantee his safety. However, this girl didn't seem to have any intentions of helping him. Yi Yanyu had her own plans in her heart. Firstly, she wanted to use Li Hong to diminish Zhao Feng's power. Secondly, Yi Yanyu had a feeling that she couldn't control Zhao Feng and couldn't see through him. Zhao Feng had obviously been forced to work together by her, but he was still calm and collected. He even took benefits from the 3 sections. Not only did this brat gain a lot, he also did business with her and the people from the Black Cliff Palace. He was doing very well. Yi Yanyu started to feel that she couldn't control Zhao Feng. Especially when Zhao Feng easily obtained the Tree Yao Essence fruit not long ago and caused Yu Luo's death. It wasn't hard for Zhao Feng to guess what Yi Yanyu was thinking. Since she didn't do anything, he could only deal with it himself. The opponents in the Purple Saint Ruins were all strong and Zhao Feng relied on his intelligence to take benefits from the 3 sects. Hehe, are all the geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect so useless? Zhao Feng's light laughter was filled with mockery. Useless? The Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace who were watching a good show were both stunned. If even the geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect were to be called useless, then how could the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace who had always been suppressed by the Pure Moon spiritual sect endure it? Useless? Country bumpkin. Don't be arrogant. If you don't give us an explanation, even if senior brother Li Hong doesn't make a move, we won't let you go. Zhao Feng's words instantly aroused the anger of the Pure Moon spiritual sect geniuses present. The crowd was indignant. Zhao Feng practically offended all the Pure Moon spiritual sect disciples with one sentence. Ha ha ha, then let me ask you, who is the real murderer who killed Yu Luo? Zhao Feng laughed. The real murderer? The geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect were stunned. Soon after, many people shifted their gazes towards the towering tree demon in the depths of the forest. It's a tree demon. Someone said subconsciously. TSK, TSK. Mr. Li Hong, and the 2 brothers from before, now that the real murderer is right before your eyes, why don't you go to kill the tree demon and avenge your good brothers but come to me, the victim, for trouble? Zhao Feng said with a teasing and playful tone. He deliberately emphasized the words, culprit and victim. The real culprit was the towering tree demon. That was the truth. Zhao Feng was indeed being chased by Yu Luo. The victim, that was also the truth. Ha ha ha, to bully the weak and fear the strong, isn't this a sign of the pure moon spiritual sect being useless? Zhao Feng threw his head back and laughed. Li Hong was speechless, including the two male disciples who attacked Zhao Feng. Their faces went red and green. With that said, even the other pure moon spiritual sect disciples felt their faces go red. The real murderer was right in front of them, but they didn't try to get rid of him and instead chose to find trouble with the victim. No matter how they looked at it, this didn't make sense. It was a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After all, the pure moon spiritual sect was a righteous sect. A righteous sect was one that followed the orthodox moral values. It was because of this that Zhao Feng worked with the Pure Moon spiritual sect and didn't even consider the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace. Ha! The Pure Moon spiritual sect has lost all face. They're just a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak. The Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace disciples started to mock them. As enemies, they didn't mind mocking the Pure Moon spiritual sect. The Pure Moon spiritual sect disciples all had ugly expressions. Yi Yenyu's eyebrows furrowed as she felt embarrassed. Brother Li Hong, I have an agreement with Zhao Feng. As for this person, we'll think about it after the ruins opens. Li Hong's face was filled with unwillingness after losing face in front of everyone. Brat, I'll only attack you once because of Sister Yi. As soon as Li Hong's words finished, he thrust out a palm towards Zhao Feng. This change made Yi Yenyu's expression change and she wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Li Hong had lost face in front of everyone and obviously wanted to teach Zhao Feng a lesson in one move or even kill him in a fit of anger. Crackle. Li Hong's palm drew out a deep blue ripple of lightning. It had both the flexibility of water and the powerful destructive power of lightning. It was a combination of hardness and softness, and it could be said to be perfect. Because there were people nearby, Li Hong controlled his attack to the extreme and didn't let it spread more than 1 yard. The power of this palm can definitely kill anyone under the True Lord rank. If Zhao Feng used normal methods such as cultivation, the 3-flowered treasured lotus and bloodline power, he could barely block it. However, he decided to be strong to the end. Fuck off. Zhao Feng roared as an indescribably terrifying aura exploded from his body. In that instant, 1/10 of the Water Moon Pirate's source of true spirit started to burn. Burning his source of true spirit would increase his battle power by several times. If it was a normal true mystic rank, the power from burning his source of true spirit was too strong and his cultivation wasn't high enough to control it. However, the key point was that Zhao Feng's mental energy level had reached the early stages of the True Lord rank. He could control the chaotic power from burning his source of true spirit and adding on the fact that his body had been strengthened by the water heart pulse and tree yao essence fruit, it wasn't any weaker than normal True Lord ranks. Shua, Zhao Feng waved his hand and hundreds of flowers seemed to bloom, then suddenly burst into flames like fireworks. Burning his source of true spirit. Not good. Everyone watch out. Yi Yenyu's figure suddenly flashed, and with a wave of her hand, she created a layer of flowing moonlight that separated the power of the clash between Zhao Feng and Lin Feng. Pang pang. A bottomless hole was left on the ground and extended 10 yards in just a breath. Half of the power was blocked by Yi Yenyu. This was under the situation where the power was concentrated, or else everything within a mile radius would have been flattened. Several disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect were sent flying by the wave of air. Amidst the surging dust, an electric phantom flashed. One of the figures chuckled and landed beside Yi Yenyu. Brat! I'll kill you! Li Hong's enraged voice sounded from the dust. Li Hong's figure flew out in a sorry state. His clothes and hair were in a mess. The disciples of the 3 sects were all stunned. In the clash just then, Zhao Feng seemed to have the upper hand. On the other hand, although Li Hong wasn't injured, He was in a ruffled state as if he had been tricked. "Stop!" Yi Yanyu had a cold expression on her face as she let out a soft shout. With a wave of her hand, a wave of moonlight rippled out and blasted Li Hong several meters away. "Sister Yi, you're protecting an outsider." Li Hong's eyes were red as he hated Zhao Feng. However, he was also wary of Yi Yenyu's strength even if she was injured and not at her peak state. Zhao Feng stood next to Yi Yenyu and was certain that Yi Yenyu wouldn't just stand by and watch. Firstly, Yi Yenyu said that she had an agreement with Zhao Feng and reminded Li Hong. Li Hong attacking Zhao Feng was not giving Yi Yenyu face. Secondly, Li Hong said he would only use one move, but didn't keep his promise and made the Pure Moon spiritual sect lose face again. It could be said that in such a short period of time, Li Hong had made the Pure Moon spiritual sect lose face. Even Yi Yenyu couldn't take it anymore. "Haven't you lost enough face?" Yi Yenyu's face was cold. Li Hong seemed to have realized his impulsiveness. He did promise to only use one move against Zhao Feng and he went against Yi Yenyu's wishes. At this moment, the other disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect felt ashamed. Li Hong's heart was filled with grievance and anger. "If you have the time, you should think of a way to get rid of the towering tree Yao. That way, you can take revenge for brother Yu Luo and also gain a lot." Yi Yenyu regained her composure and tried to persuade him. "Sister Yi, you're right. The most important thing now is to get rid of the real culprit. As for this kid, we'll deal with him after the ruins are over." Li Hong finally calmed down. His promise of one move had been fulfilled. If he continued to attack Zhao Feng, it would be a joke. The storm finally calmed down. "This blue-haired youth isn't simple." Zhuangwan from the Moon Demon Palace stared at the youth next to Yi Yenyu with a calm expression. Yi Yenyu also glanced deeply at Zhao Feng. The source of true spirit that Zhao Feng had just burned was obviously different from his own chi of true spirit. Li Hong's attack wasn't completely useless. At least he found out one of Zhao Feng's hidden cards. There was another source of true spirit hidden within Zhao Feng's body. Although it wasn't at the True Lord rank, it had reached the peak True Mystic rank. Once Zhao Feng burned this source of true spirit, he would definitely be able to threaten those at the True Lord rank. I already said that this kid isn't simple. No wonder he wasn't scared when he traded with us. Chi Gui's expression was solemn and he felt lucky that he didn't attack Zhao Feng. That Li Hong just attacked casually and didn't use his full strength. That's why I counterattacked. Zhao Feng's heart was clear. Soon after, the geniuses of the three sects gathered together and started to discuss how to deal with the towering tree Yao. The towering tree demon was injured by the foe god's protection, and a gap appeared in its defense. Under this situation, killing the towering tree Yao was several times easier than before. Zhao Feng yawned as if he wasn't interested. Even if he killed the towering tree Yao, he wouldn't be able to get the wood spirit essence soul unless he wanted to fight against the geniuses of the three sections. Right at this moment, "Brother Zhao Feng." A familiar female voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. "Who's there?" Zhao Feng jumped up in fright and felt that the voice was familiar. It seemed to be Zhao Yufei. But why would Zhao Yufei's voice appear in his mind? In the next instant, Shua! A blurry figure appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. It was Zhao Yufei. The Zhao Yufei in his mind smiled faintly. "Brother Zhao Feng. I'm the inheritor of the Purple Saint Ruins, but if I want to truly control the ruins I might need your help." Chapter 422. Limitless Ocean. This was a vast space outside of the continent. The misty ocean seemed to stretch endlessly, as if it could be traced back to the origin of the ancient immemorial era. Far away, an enormous mountain like a desolate beast stood in the misty ocean and took up a radius of several hundred miles. At the summit of the towering mountain, there were flickering lights and passing shadows, bursts of multicolored light. There was a simple and unadorned plaza and an elegant and luxurious palace hall. The most eye-catching was the arena in the middle and the giant stands that floated like meteors. In terms of size, this place was more than 10 times bigger than the ancient arena of the sacred True Dragon Gathering. At this point in time, a mirror-like grand phantom image appeared in front of the towering mountain peak. It was beautiful and varied, rippling in waves. These images were several times bigger than the inheritance images from the sacred True Dragon Gathering and were much clearer. The difference was, there was only a gigantic projection here. Moreover, he could see a few clear fragments of images in that huge phantom image. These images seemed to come from the other side of space and seemed like a mirage, but it was so real. One of the scryer images showed the scene inside a mysterious canyon, especially the huge, towering tree demon. There were also some tiny figures nearby, but it wasn't very clear. On the peak of the mountain there were many figures with powerful auras, but they were silent. In the sky, the three indescribable, mighty forces were like three gods that suppressed this part of the world, causing gods and ghosts to avoid them. There was no strong aura nor ripple of yuan qi. There was only a pressure that came from the soul that suppressed one's thoughts. In front of these three magnificent powers, even the heaven-earth yuan qi seemed to be restricted. The figures on the peak of the mountain looked up at the source of the three magnificent powers as if they were worshipping a god. There were 2 men and 1 woman among the 3 great existences of nothingness. They were, a golden skeleton filled with death aura sat on a throne made of white bones. A pure and holy moon-robed female that was like a goddess of the moon and stars surrounded by mist. It was a demonic deity shrouded in black energy. It was as dark as ink, like a collapsing black hole. At first glance, the 3 mighty forces were like 3 illusory deities that ruled the world. The energy loss from the Purple Saint ruins is more than 10 times greater than before. A few areas of the relic are already showing obvious weaknesses. In the middle of the room was a pure and dignified woman in a moon robe. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, lingering in the room. Zhe, Saint Moon Ant Goddess, looks like your pure moon spiritual sect also wants to take the Purple Saint ruins for yourself. The golden skeleton said in a lifeless voice. Last time, the broken spirit energy in the Purple Saint ruins could last for close to 100 years. Looking at it now, it'll last at most 20 years. If our 3 sects join hands, we might be able to force our way in. The pitch-black demonic man said in a domineering manner. Attack the Purple Saint ruins. The expressions of the other 2 mighty existences changed slightly. They were a little tempted, but it was clear that they were even more fearful. On the mountain peak below, some of the experts and mighty figures also vaguely heard the conversation in the sky, and all of them were shocked. The Purple Saint ruins was one of the higher-ranked inheritances and the previous owner was 1 step away from the heavenly divine realm. For normal sects, being able to send someone in to receive an inheritance was already a rare opportunity. Perhaps only the 3 2-star sects had the ability to attack the Purple Saint ruins. The Purple Saint ruins was an independent space and contained treasures, ancient beasts, and powerful inheritances. The value of this was immeasurable. If a force could control the Purple Saint ruins, it would be hard to imagine how much power they would gain. If the 3 sects join hands, it won't be hard to attack the Purple Saint ruins. But as long as the Purple Saint partial spirit is here, we can't act rashly. The moon-robed woman's face was cold and solemn. Of the 3 existences, her aura was the strongest. She said slowly, even though the Purple Knight Saint Lord's remnant spirit has lost more than 90% of its power after 10,000 years, and its control over the relic is getting weaker and weaker, it has fused with the core of the relic and can make the relic collapse with a thought. The consequences are unimaginable. The golden skeleton and the demonic man fell into silence and didn't refute. Although the 3 sects could break through the Purple Saint ruins together, it wasn't worth it to force it. After all, the master of the remnant spirit was left behind by the Purple Knight Saint Lord, who had shaken the myriad sects in the universe in the past. How could it be attacked by external forces? Then what do you think we should do? The Golden Skeleton asked. Although we can't attack by force, we can try to speed up the loss of the partial spirit's power. As long as we wait a dozen years or even shorter, we'll be able to enter the ruins. The moon-robed woman smiled. The Golden Skeleton and the demonic man nodded their heads. The Purple Saint ruins couldn't be attacked by force and could only be slowly exhausted. A dozen years might be the time it took for them to cultivate in seclusion. But this time, the Purple Saint partial spirit seems to have predicted that she's about to die and used a method to forcefully open a path to the other side. Worry appeared on the moon-robed woman's face. You're worried that, the Purple Saint partial spirit will use up a large amount of her power to choose a successor? The Golden Skeleton said. That's right. From the looks of it, there seems to be one or two outsiders that have entered the ruins. One has to know that the ancestors of our three sects are related to the Purple Knight Saint Lord, which is why they have the right to enter the ruins. The moon-robed woman nodded her head. After so many years, has there not been a single genius that the Purple Saint partial spirit has chosen and taken over the ruins? The demonic man shook his head impatiently. The three great sects had existed for a long time. After so many generations, there were countless geniuses among them. Apparently, the Purple Knight Saint Lord had a faint bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Her standard for choosing a successor probably requires a corresponding bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. 10,000 ancient races? What a joke! How could such a mythical bloodline that had been passed down from the primeval age appear so easily? We've only heard of one in the past 10,000 years, and we don't know where it went. That's right, the 10,000 ancient races all have heaven-defying bloodlines. For example, the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance's Heaven's Legacy race has split the main inheritance into countless branches that reflect the fan universe. There's also the Light race, ranked 7th in the 10,000 ancient races. Apparently, they're the embodiment of light and control the power of time. The fall of a certain light race caused thousands of years to fly by in an instant, almost breaking the cultivation civilization. When talking about the 10,000 ancient races, the three present felt their hearts beat faster. Even the Purple Knight Saint Lord only had a faint bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races. Purple Saint Ruins. Within the mysterious canyon, the geniuses of the three sects were discussing their plan to attack the towering tree Yao. There were 5 true Lord ranks and dozens of true mystic ranks present. However, Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan, who were the strongest, were both heavily injured. If Brother Lu Tianyi arrives, our chances of killing the towering tree Yao will increase dramatically. We can wait for him and send people to find him. Yi Yanyu suggested. When she used the Void God protection before, she believed that Lu Tianyi would be able to sense it as long as he wasn't too far away. The senses are suppressed in the Purple Saint ruins and that Lu Tianyi hasn't shown himself. Who knows what inheritance is restricting him? Maybe Lu Tianyi has already entered the ruins' treasured palace. We can't wait too long. The Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace immediately objected. Lu Tianyi's strength was monstrous, and if he arrived, even the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace could only stand to the side. How about we wait for half a day and the injured can recover? If Brother Lu can sense the power of the Void God protection, he'll definitely arrive in half a day. In this period of time, Brother Li Hong in the uninjured True Lord ranks can test the towering tree Yao. Yi Yanyu suggested a compromise. Only then did the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace nod their heads. After all, Zhuang Wan and Qi Gui were both heavily injured and needed to rest. While the three sects were discussing, Zhao Yufei's voice appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. The outline of Zhao Yufei's beautiful figure became clearer and clearer in his mind. How miraculous! Your voice and appearance can appear in my mind out of nowhere. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Hee, this is because I have Sister Purple Knight's help. Unfortunately, her power is becoming weaker and weaker, especially when she forcefully connects to the Azure Flower Continent. She can't control the entire ruins anymore. Otherwise, she could make Brother Zhao Feng enter the ruins' treasured palace with just a thought. Zhao Yufei laughed, but she was also a little worried. Zhao Feng had a rough understanding of the Purple Saint ruins. Although the owner of this ruin had died long ago, a sliver of the Purple Knight Saint Lord's soul intent had merged with the ruin, which was the Purple Saint partial spirit. The sister Purple Knight Zhao Yufei spoke of was probably the Purple Saint partial spirit. Tell me, what can I do to help? Zhao Feng said straightforwardly. If Zhao Yufei could become the inheritor of the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng would benefit greatly. The two came from the same clan and could be said to be childhood friends. Firstly, Sister Purple Knight has lost too much power and she has to help me become the inheritor. She's basically lost control of the ruins. The only advantage we have is that we can see every corner of the ruins. Zhao Yufei paused slightly as if waiting for Zhao Feng to digest this. Oh. Doesn't that mean that I can know the secrets of any place in the ruins? Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, but there's a more pressing matter. The canyon that Brother Zhao Feng is in has retained its ancient appearance and is one of the sources of the ruins' power. At the same time, this is also the weakest point of the ruins. Once the towering tree Yao is killed, this weak point will become even more obvious. If the weak point is too big, those outside can enter the ruins and interfere with my inheritance. Chapter 423. Once the towering tree demon is killed, this weak point will become even more obvious, and it might even become a flaw. If it's too big, those outside can enter the ruins and interfere with my inheritance. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. You mean, you want me to stop the 3 sect's disciples from attacking the towering tree Yao? He couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, the towering tree Yao had suffered an attack from the Void God protection, leaving behind an obvious weakness. The 3 sect's disciples were determined to get it. If Zhao Feng tried to stop them, he would have to fight the 3 sect's disciples. Brother Zhao Feng can't do it by himself, but Sister Zai will do her best to make the ruins' treasured palace descend. However, Sister Purple Knight will try her best to make the ruins' treasured palace descend. It can protect the sky towering tree and give Brother Zhao Feng a chance to inherit it. Zhao Yufei explained. Hearing this, Zhao Feng let out a breath. He didn't think that this mysterious canyon would be one of the sources of the ruins' power and have such an important position. Once the towering ancient tree was cut down, the weak point of the source of power would expand, and there might even be a flaw. Therefore, Brother Zhao Feng just needs to delay the 3 sects before the ruins' treasured palace descends. Zhao Yufei added. Zhao Feng nodded his head. His task was to help, and if he couldn't complete it, then there was nothing he could do. The main force was the ruins' treasured palace. Once the ruins' treasured palace descended, Zhao Feng would be able to touch the core of the Purple Saint ruins and even obtain his inheritance. With Zhao Yufei's help, Zhao Feng's chances would be much higher than the others. When will the ruins' treasured palace descend? Zhao Feng asked. A few hours at least, a day at most. Zhao Yufei answered. In his mind. Through talking with Zhao Yufei, Zhao Feng had a better understanding of the Purple Saint ruins. So, the owner of the Purple Saint ruins, the Purple Saint partial spirit's will, was about to disappear. The purpose of the Purple Saint partial spirit's existence was to find an inheritance for its master. But until now, it had not found a suitable candidate. Just as it was about to reach the end of its lifespan, it vaguely sensed a suitable candidate during the most recent relic opening. Hence, the Purple Saint partial spirit didn't care about the price she had to pay to make the inheritance projection appear in the Azure Flower Continent. Because the grade of the Purple Saint Ruin's inheritance was high, it wasn't like the Heaven's Legacy inheritance, which was a small inheritance, so it faced a strong rejection from heaven and earth. Luckily, the power of the Purple Saint Ruins was similar to Zhao Yufei's and they had a strange compatibility. This was why they were able to reach the Azure Flower Continent. Big Brother Zhao Feng, if you have any other requests, you can tell me. Sister Zai will do her best to satisfy you. Zhao Yufei suddenly said. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The Purple Saint Partial Spirit had lost control of the ruins, or else she would be able to enter the ruins' treasured palace with a thought and send away the disciples of the three sects with another thought. It was obvious that the Purple Saint Partial Spirit was at the end of her rope and had lost a lot of control over the ruins. In this way, can I remove the suppression of the relic space on my senses? After some analysis, Zhao Feng made a request that he thought could be fulfilled. Sure. A while later, Zhao Yufei gave an answer. Shua. Zhao Feng felt his mental energy senses lighten and the suppression from the ruins disappeared. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Without the suppression, his god spiritual eye would be able to unleash even more power. This way, Zhao Feng's senses would be on a higher level. Being in the ruins, his senses would be even stronger than Sovereign's. At the same time, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye caught a wisp of mysterious power that entered his mental energy world. Insight. Zhao Feng opened his god spiritual eye and caught a wisp of this invisible power. Swoosh! In the next instant, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye felt as if it could see through space. Within an elegant pavilion sat a young woman in a violet dress that was elegant like a celestial maiden. A boundlessly deep crystal key floated before her, and she was trying to refine it. Beside her, a beautiful and ethereal woman stood gracefully. She was like a ball of ethereal purple light. Although she wasn't a real entity, every frown and smile of hers had a kind of noble and otherworldly celestial aura. Without the suppression of the ruins, it's indeed different. Zhao Feng smiled lightly. Through the god's spiritual eye, he caught a trace of the power and traced it back to the scene in the ruins' treasured palace. Only now did he realize that as his mental energy level increased, his god's spiritual eye's usage became stronger. The girl in purple was obviously Zhao Yufei. Without a doubt, the girl next to her was the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. How is this possible? The Purple Saint Partial Spirit looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. More accurately speaking, she stared at the illusory eye of heaven above her head, but it disappeared with a swish, as if it was just an illusion. Mysterious Canyon. Zhao Feng's consciousness returned to his body. Just now, the reason why he launched a counter-tracking and spied on the situation on the other end was mainly to determine Zhao Yufei's specific situation. Who could be sure that Zhao Yufei wasn't being threatened and was just accepting the inheritance? Zhao Feng's thoughts were meticulous and he only did this out of caution. However, he didn't think about how much of an impact the Eye of Heaven had on the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. Shua! The Purple Saint Partial Spirit and Zhao Yufei appeared in his mind. What else? After confirming that Zhao Yufei was safe, Zhao Feng relaxed. That eye of yours. The Purple Saint Partial Spirit was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhao Feng was puzzled, but his heart soon moved. The owner of this ruin was a mystic light realm expert, so his knowledge were definitely different. Maybe the Purple Saint Partial Spirit would be able to see the origin of his eye. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng was filled with anticipation as he waited for the Purple Saint Partial Spirit to continue. I only have a small portion of Master's memories. If Master was here, he might be able to see the origin of your eye. However, the Purple Saint Partial Spirit's eyebrows furrowed and she didn't say anything. Zhao Feng was speechless. Although your bloodline doesn't belong to the 10,000 ancient races, your left eye is definitely related to the 10,000 ancient races. The Purple Saint Partial Spirit said with joy. Hearing this, Zhao Feng didn't feel anything. He didn't even know what the 10,000 ancient races was. What Zhao Feng cared about was whether he could find an inheritance that was suitable for him in the ruins' treasured palace. I'm very sorry, but your bloodline can't find an inheritance that's suitable here. You should be more suitable for the 8 great God inheritance or the ancient Tao of the Soul inheritance. Of course, the ruins' treasured palace does have an inheritance that's suitable for you, or an inheritance that's suitable for your bloodline. The Purple Saint Partial Spirit said regretfully. Finally. That's not bad. Zhao Feng let out a breath. During the sacred True Dragon gathering, he didn't find an inheritance that was suitable for him. Luckily. The Purple Saint Ruins had an inheritance that was suitable for Zhao Feng and an inheritance that was suitable for his bloodline. Zhao Feng was satisfied with just 1 or 2 points. This trip wasn't a waste. If he could help Zhao Yufei become the inheritor of the ruins, then Zhao Feng's gains would far exceed his expectations. A while later. Zhao Feng understood most of the information and cut off the connection with Zhao Feng and the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. What I need to do now is wait for the ruins' treasured palace and stall for time so that the 3 sects don't finish off the towering tree Yao. Zhao Feng's heart calmed down. At this point in time, Li Hong was leading the disciples of the 3 sects to attack the towering tree Yao. Yi Yanyu and Zhuan Wan were both resting. The only true Lord ranks participating were Li Hong and Mo Gan from the Black Cliff Palace. The 2 true Lord ranks led 20 to 30 geniuses and attacked the towering tree Yao's weakness time after time. Ha ha ha. This towering tree Yao isn't as strong as I thought. Li Hong was at the very front and sent waves of water and lightning onto the branches of the towering tree Yao. The disciples at the back also launched attacks to their heart's content. The attack from the Void God protection opened up a gap for the disciples of the 3 sects. There's basically no branches in this area and the towering tree Yao can only take hits. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed as his expression became solemn. It wasn't that Li Hong was strong or that he was a good leader, but that he had picked up a bargain. One could only say that the might of the strike from the foe god protection was too strong. It cleared a path for the 3 sects, clearing a large number of obstacles in their way. Zhao Feng looked over and saw that the broken trunk of the towering tree Yao was exposed. It was covered in scorch marks. Bam! 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 Boom! The attacks of the 3 sects landed on the trunk of the towering tree Yao. Luckily, the towering tree Yao's defense was still strong and the trunk was the strongest part of it. Although Li Hong was a late-stage True Lord rank, his attacks were countered by the towering tree Yao's grass power. However, the disciples of the 3 sects had the advantage in numbers. If they continued to attack the same place, it would be like ants biting an elephant to death. In the end, the towering tree demon would be threatened. I can't just sit here and wait. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng's figure flashed. What do you want to do? Yi Yanyu suddenly opened her eyes and stared coldly at him. I'm sorry about Yu Luo's death. I, Zhao, am willing to help the Pure Moon spiritual sect get rid of the towering tree demon. Zhao Feng seemed to be in high spirits. Hearing this, Yi Yanyu's eyebrows furrowed and she was suspicious. She didn't believe that Zhao Feng would be so kind. That fellow had been getting all sorts of benefits from the 3 sects, but he had never suffered any losses. Would he help the Pure Moon spiritual sect for free? Okay, go. Don't forget the agreement. Don't leave 3 miles away from me. Yi Yanyu agreed. After all, Zhao Feng's suggestion was open and he was willing to test the towering tree Yao. She couldn't reject it. In the dark, Yi Yanyu sent someone to tell Li Hong to be wary of Zhao Feng. You guys pay attention to this person. Yi Yanyu ordered another 2 people. As they interacted, Yi Yanyu found that it was hard to control and suppress Zhao Feng. She couldn't see through his motives. Chapter 424. As soon as Zhao Feng moved, he was targeted by several geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect. So, the two male disciples that had a conflict with Zhao Feng before stood on his left and right, following Zhao Feng in the name of protecting the guest. Thanks for the trouble. Zhao Feng seemed to be enjoying it. Yi Yanyu, who was resting behind, stared at Zhao Feng's back as he walked further and further away. For some reason, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. With every step Zhao Feng took, that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Ever since Yu Luo's death, Yi Yanyu had a feeling that made her wary and suspicious of Zhao Feng. At this moment, her attention was completely focused on Zhao Feng's figure. That elegant blue-haired silhouette was extremely mysterious in his field of vision. As if he had sensed something, the blue-haired youth turned around and glanced at her with a faint smile. That mysterious left eye was dark blue and deep like a boundless cold abyss, and it seemed to be able to see through her dress and see through all the secrets in her body. At that instant, Yi Yenyu's heart trembled as a cold feeling spread throughout her body, as if she had been stripped naked. Zhao Feng glanced deeply at Yi Yanyu before slowly approaching Li Hong and the others who were attacking the towering tree Yao. Brother Li, quickly kill Zhao Feng. Yi Yenyu's heart skipped a beat as her eyes flashed coldly and her voice sounded out. What? Kill Zhao Feng? The disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect looked at Yi Yanyu in confusion. Wasn't Zhao Feng and Yi Yanyu working together? Before, Yi Yanyu was protective of Zhao Feng, so why would she suddenly kill him? This sudden turn of events left many people dumbfounded. However, the people of Pure Moon spiritual sect all treated Yi Yanyu as the core and listened to her. Do it. The two male disciples following Zhao Feng seemed excited as they yelled and attacked Zhao Feng. Ha ha ha. Junior sister Yi. You finally come around. I've long since found this kid an eyesore. Li Hong let out a long laugh. Without thinking, he turned around and chased after Zhao Feng. Although he did not understand Yi Yenyu's intentions, he was more than willing to kill Zhao Feng. In fact, Yi Yanyu issued such an order based on her intuition. He recalled the various situations in which he had worked together with Zhao Feng. From the beginning when Zhao Feng had been coerced to using him as a protector and helping him cultivate in seclusion, he had benefited greatly from the narrow gap between the three sections. Although Yi Yanyu could not see the complete outline of the truth, she could see some things clearly. First of all, after following her, Zhao Feng's cultivation and strength had gradually increased, allowing him to obtain all sorts of benefits. Secondly, Zhao Feng's true strength and all kinds of invisible strategies made Yi Yanyu increasingly unable to see through him, and she gradually lost control of him. There was another important point. Anyone who went against Zhao Feng did not have a good ending, even if that person's cultivation wasn't high. Yu Luo went against Zhao Feng and died. Two male disciples had a conflict with Zhao Feng and were toyed with. Li Hong had wanted to kill Zhao Feng, but he had lost face in front of everyone and he had even suffered a hidden loss. At this moment, Zhao Feng volunteered to help Li Hong and the others. Yi Yanyu felt an inexplicable sense of danger, especially when Zhao Feng looked back with a deep meaning. Yi Yanyu was decisive. She felt that something was wrong and immediately ordered to attack Zhao Feng. This woman has such sharp intuition. Ever since Yu Luo died, she has been suspicious. Zhao Feng did not expect Yi Yanyu to be so decisive to attack him. This woman was ruthless. Kid, hurry up and surrender. Two male disciples pounced towards Zhao Feng from the left and right. Zhao Feng looked down and saw that he had already entered the range of the towering ancient tree's roots. Keep him busy. Yi Yanyu gave the order from the back and also quickly flew over. She knew that Zhao Feng's movement technique was extremely fast and his strength was stronger than the two male disciples. The most important thing now was for the two male disciples to keep Zhao Feng busy for a moment, or even a few breaths' time. That would be enough to buy time for Yi Yanyu and Li Hong. The two male disciples' faces stiffened. They obeyed Yi Yanyu's order and didn't get too close to Zhao Feng, keeping him busy. Mockery appeared on Zhao Feng's face, as if he was looking at an ant. Plop! Plop! The two male disciples fell from the sky. Before they could land, some roots drilled out of the soil and tied them up. Ah! The two's cries came to a stop as they became new nourishment for the towering ancient tree. The geniuses of the three sects were stunned and their eyes widened. What was going on? How did two peak true mystic rank geniuses land on the ground? Zhao Feng didn't even do anything and only glanced at them. Mental energy eye technique. One glance made them fall into the abyss. Qi Gui, who was resting at the back, exclaimed as he saw through the situation. See! The geniuses from the Pure Moon spiritual sect couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Zhao Feng! You killed two of my Pure Moon spiritual sect disciples. Yu Luo was indeed killed by you. You've hidden yourself well. Yi Yenyu's face went cold and her killing intent almost materialized. Killing two peak true mystic rank geniuses with just a glance was something even normal true lord ranks couldn't do. Zhao Feng not only hid himself well, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Kid! Looks like you're the one who killed Yu Luo. Don't even think about leaving. Hand over your life. Li Hong's eyes went red and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chiu! Zhao Feng's body flashed with azure lightning like a god of lightning. The Yin shadow cloak on his back flapped and his speed rose once more. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng wasn't much slower than Li Hong, who was at the late stages of the true mystic rank. Shua! Shua! In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng formed more than a dozen figures in the air. Some were illusions while others were Yin shadow doppelgangers. By the time Li Hong arrived, all the lightning arcs in the area had disappeared. Zhao Feng's true body had already concealed itself in the forest, his whereabouts unknown. I actually let him run. Li Hong's face was full of coldness and his killing intent twisted. Shua! Suddenly, a faint figure of Zhao Feng appeared near the ground and was running away. Bastard! Die! The killing intent and anger in Li Hong's heart exploded as he leapt towards Zhao Feng. At this moment, Li Hong's emotions exploded and covered his mind, causing him to ignore the danger of the roots nearby. Seeing Li Hong get closer to the ground, the roots under the ground didn't move and hid. What's going on? Li Hong is the same as Yu Luo and charging towards the ground. Yu Luo was blinded by greed and Li Hong was filled with hatred and anger. The spectating disciples felt that something wasn't right. Li Hong, watch out! The expression of Yi Yanyu, who was chasing after him, changed drastically as she cried out. Her voice was like thunder that resounded in Li Hong's mind. Break! Yi Yanyu waved her jade-like hand, and a ripple of moonlight shot through the air and slashed apart Zhao Feng's figure. So, that was just a Yin shadow doppelganger. Li Hong woke up from a dream and found that he was extremely close to the ground and had even entered the attack range of the roots. Chio chio chio. A patch of roots broke through the ground and wrapped around him. Li Hong let out a loud shout, and his whole body burst out with lightning and water. The blue lightning under his feet suddenly exploded, and his whole body turned into a thunderbolt. He shook off the roots of the tree monster, and flew into the clouds with a "shio" sound. At the critical moment, Li Hong used his secret technique and narrowly escaped death. So close! Having survived the calamity, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and he felt a lingering fear. Unfortunate! What a good chance! In the shadows of the forest, Zhao Feng stood in the dirt and felt slightly regretful. His eye of the heart was about to hit Li Hong, but it was seen through by Yi Yanyu. Just then, because of Li Hong's anger and killing intent, a flaw appeared in his mental state and Zhao Feng's eye of the heart took advantage of it. If it wasn't for Yi Yanyu, the Pure Moon spiritual sect would have lost a late-stage True Lord rank genius. The weird thing was, Zhao Feng stood in the ground and wasn't attacked by the towering tree Yao. Yi Yenyu's cold eyes locked onto Zhao Feng's location. Obviously, her state of mind, as well as her various abilities, were stronger than Li Hong's. Zhao Feng knew how terrifying Yi Yanyu was, and his figure flashed as he went deeper into the towering tree Yao. Why isn't he attacked by the towering tree Yao? Yi Yenyu's eyebrows furrowed, but she didn't chase after Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was in the towering tree Yao's attack range and wasn't attacked. The others didn't have this privilege. Tsang! 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 Zhao Feng's figure leapt onto the towering tree Yao's branches. What's going on? Why isn't the towering tree Yao attacking him? This guy isn't just weird. The geniuses of the three sects were flabbergasted as they watched Zhao Feng walk on the towering tree Yao. It was as if the towering tree Yao ignored him. Tang! Zhao Feng landed on a thick branch of the towering tree Yao and faintly nodded his head. Towering tree Yao, let's fight side by side. Wu, the towering tree Yao's branches trembled and a mental energy fluctuation sounded. I thought that Lord Purple Saint's reinforcements would at least be at the True Lord rank. But you're just a small fry. The towering tree Yao was slightly disappointed. Hee, towering tree demon, if I can help you repel this group of people and help you recover at least half of your injuries, I will be able to help you. How will you repay me? Zhao Feng smiled. The towering tree Yao obviously looked down on him. However, this was normal as Zhao Feng's cultivation wasn't high enough. He needed to be at least at the True Lord rank to enter the towering tree Yao's eyes. These guys have 5 True Lord ranks and dozens at the True Spirit realm. Do you think you alone can help me push them back and help me recover half of my injuries? Junior, don't you think too highly of yourself? You've underestimated the attack of the Nihility God's protection. The towering tree Yao murmured. Stop! Zhao Feng interrupted the towering tree Yao. If I can do it, can you use your wood spirit essence soul to help me comprehend and cultivate? Humph. If you can really do it, it's the same as helping me pass a calamity. What's wrong with using my wood spirit essence soul to help you comprehend and cultivate? The towering tree Yao agreed. Chapter 425. Soon. Zhao Feng and the towering tree Yao came to an agreement. As long as Zhao Feng fulfilled his promise, the towering tree Yao would use the wood spirit essence soul to help him comprehend a thing or two. Amongst the trees, Yi Yanyu, Li Hong and Mo Gan of the Black Cliff Palace floated in the clouds and watched the situation within the towering tree Yao. This Zhao Feng has successfully teamed up with the towering tree Yao. Li Hong gritted his teeth. He had just escaped from the gates of hell, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The geniuses of the three groups all realized the change in the situation. At this point in time, Zhao Feng stood on the branches of the towering tree Yao calmly and didn't receive any attacks from the towering tree Yao. This person has hidden himself in the three sects and is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Several disciples were killed by him, and even Yu Luo, who was at the True Lord rank, died. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, Brother Li Hong would have probably. Killing intent spread across Yi Yenyu's face as her breathing quickened and her chest heaved up and down. Ever since she had entered the Purple Saint ruins, there had never been anyone that made her so angry that she wanted to kill them herself. There was someone in the same generation who could use her to such an extent. From the beginning, Yi Yanyu seemed to be threatening Zhao Feng, but in reality, she was his biggest shield. If it wasn't for Yi Yanyu, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the three sections. If it wasn't for me, Yu Luo and the others wouldn't have died. Yi Yanyu blamed herself and her face was full of shame and guilt. She clenched her fists and her teeth almost broke her lips. This kind of humiliation and guilt caused her killing intent and hatred to rise to the extreme. However, her state of mind was very strong. She quickly stabilized her state of mind and calmed her mind. Yi Yanyu understood that against someone like Zhao Feng who specialized in mental energy techniques, any flaw in one's emotions could be used. Goddess Yi. Before all of you, the evil teeth trio of our Black Cliff Palace basically died at his hands. He even managed to escape Qi Gui's tracking technique unscathed. Mo Gan's expression was solemn. He had heard about Zhao Feng's situation from Qi Gui. Junior sister Yi, with your intelligence, how could you be deceived by that kid and used like this? Li Hong took a deep breath, feeling a little dissatisfied. If it wasn't for Yi Yanyu acting as Zhao Feng's protective umbrella, it would have been difficult for him to survive in the cracks of the 3 sections. This is my fault. Don't worry, I will kill this person with my own hands. Yi Yanyu's face was resolute and cold. Meanwhile, she pondered for a moment. How did she fall into Zhao Feng's trap? In a flash, Yi Yanyu figured out the cause and effect of the matter. There was a crucial point in that terrifying plan. Otherwise, Yi Yanyu would never have been used. Little, thieving, cat. Yi Yanyu gritted her teeth and her body trembled as she spat out word by word. That was the most subtle part of the plan. Zhao Feng and Yi Yanyu didn't know each other and had never met before. Since the two didn't know each other and didn't even understand each other, how could Zhao Feng plot against her? The real key was the little thieving cat. When the little thieving cat met Yi Yanyu, it purposely led the latter to its previous owner, to threaten Zhao Feng. Little thieving cat. Yi Yanyu's face was cold as she spread out her spiritual sense to search for the little thieving cat. However, her spiritual sense scanned the surroundings including her clothes and the interspatial dimension, but she couldn't find any traces of the little thieving cat. Meow meow. A silver-gray cat the size of a palm stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder. One human and one cat, one silent and one moving, they were one entity. Little thieving cat, your plan has made me feel bad. This journey was really dangerous. But the rewards weren't bad. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and reached out to pick up the cat's ear. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's paws moved quickly and started to complain. Immediately after, the little thieving cat spat out a piece of life-returning grass which landed in Zhao Feng's hand. My life-returning grass, little thieving cat, you dared to steal it. Yi Yanyu's face alternated between green and white. Her cold and hateful eyes seemed to be able to kill someone. With her quiet and tranquil personality, she had never been so angry before. The little thieving cat is quite sentimental and only stole a piece of your life-returning grass under my orders. Otherwise, would your interspatial dimension be so complete? And, it also told me not to kill you. Zhao Feng shook his head. Although the little thieving cat had tricked Yi Yanyu, it only stole a piece of life-returning grass and completed Zhao Feng's orders. After all, Yi Yanyu treated the little thieving cat quite well and didn't kill it. I want to personally kill this brat. I don't need him to be merciful. Little thieving cat, I don't blame you. After all, you have your own position. Yi Yanyu's eyes became much warmer when they landed on the little thieving cat. When she traveled with the little thieving cat, it gave her a lot of luck and happiness. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its paws and gestured as if it was trying to persuade Yi Yanyu. What? You want me to? That's impossible. Hearing this, Yi Yanyu's face went red and she almost spat out blood. Others didn't hear it clearly, but Zhao Feng obviously knew what the little thieving cat meant. Get in. Zhao Feng expressionlessly picked up the little thieving cat by its ears and threw it into his spiritual pet bag. After that, he ignored Yi Yanyu and the other true lord ranks and threw the piece of life-returning grass to the towering tree Yao. This is the life-returning grass, a treasure that can extend one's life. Trust me, I've already fulfilled half of my promise. Zhao Feng said. Life-returning grass. The towering tree Yao was overjoyed and a gust of green wind sucked the life-returning grass away. A lip-like slit opened up on its trunk, and it swallowed the life-returning grass. The life-returning grass was indeed worthy of being a legendary herb. After the towering tree demon consumed it, even the powerful injuries caused by the void god's protection began to rapidly recover. Brat, looks like I've underestimated you. This life-returning grass can heal half of my injuries and is more than enough. However, the other half of your promise is that you need to repel the attacks of these geniuses. It won't be so simple. The towering tree Yao laughed. Zhao Feng stood on the branches and his blue hair blew in the wind. He didn't move and didn't even look. It was as if he had become one with the towering tree Yao. He only defended and didn't attack. This was Zhao Feng's plan. The towering tree Yao was Zhao Feng's biggest protection and geographical advantage. The three sects didn't attack recklessly. Maybe. Zhao Feng's betrayal dealt a big blow to the three sects. The five true lord ranks, Yi Yenyu, Zhuang Wan, Li Hong, Qi Gui and Mo Gan gathered together and started to discuss. Of us true lord ranks, Qi Gui specializes in eye bloodlines. I hope you can help out in the future. Yi Yenyu suggested. Of the geniuses that entered the ruins, Qi Gui's eye bloodline could be said to be one of the best. Back in the cave, Qi Gui's eye bloodline had injured Yi Yenyu. Although this brat's eye bloodline is strong, he hasn't reached the true lord rank yet. I have confidence in fighting eye bloodlines. However, I've used forbidden techniques before and my injuries aren't light. I'm not 100% confident. Qi Gui said bitterly. In reality, he was talking to the other two sects. Yi Yenyu and Zhuang Wan looked at each other and took out some rare pills and treasures from their interspatial dimension. The three sects took out many precious pills that could heal injuries and even nourish the soul to satisfy Qi Gui. Thank you all for your help. Once I recover a bit and my black wicked eye returns to its peak, I'll have a good fight with that brat. Qi Gui's voice was hoarse, the deathly white ghost flames in his eyes condensed and twisted, a soul-shocking, dark point appeared at the center. Everyone was full of expectation. Qi Gui's eye bloodline was something that all the true lord ranks present had experienced. Even if they couldn't beat Zhao Feng, they could at least hold the advantage. It could be foreseen that there would be an exciting battle between eye bloodlines. I'm looking forward to it too. Zhao Feng stood on the branches and every action of the three sects didn't escape his god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng had seen Qi Gui's black wicked eye before and had even experienced it himself. Before, Qi Gui's dark light ghost eye had almost forced Zhao Feng into despair. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng didn't care about the price and destroyed the dark light ghost eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. If it was before. Zhao Feng didn't have much confidence in fighting Qi Gui head-on. After all, the difference in cultivation was too big. But now, Zhao Feng's progress in the ruins was fast and his usage of the god's spiritual eye had become more profound. So. Another piercing sound came from the distance and it was obvious that it wasn't someone from the righteous side. Great, our Moon Demon Palace's reinforcements have finally arrived. The geniuses of the Moon Demon Palace exclaimed. Soon after, a group of reinforcements from the Moon Demon Palace arrived and the leader was a black-armored bald man whose cultivation had reached the True Lord rank. The number of True Lord ranks increased to 6. This wasn't the end. In the next hour, many reinforcements arrived one after another. Some of them were from the three major sects, and some were geniuses from the one-star sects under the three major sections. Time passed. More and more geniuses gathered in the mysterious canyon. All of this was because of Yi Yenyu's faux god protection. Its might was shocking, and everyone within 1,000 miles could feel it. Over 100 geniuses have arrived. Zhao Feng murmured to himself. 2 hours later. There were more than 10 true lord ranks present. 2 or 3 of them had broken through to the true Lord rank in the Purple Saint ruins. After all, there were many peak true mystic rank geniuses in the 3 sects, and it wasn't surprising for a few to break through to the true Lord rank. 10 true Lord ranks. Over 100 geniuses, and none of them are weaker than the overwhelming prodigies of the Azure Flower continent. Luckily Lu Tianyi hasn't arrived yet, and I've told the Purple Saint partial spirit to cause some trouble for him. Zhao Feng's heart wasn't calm. It was hard to imagine what kind of challenge awaited him. The trembling of the towering tree Yao under his feet couldn't escape Zhao Feng's senses. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happened, given the towering tree demon's condition, it would only be able to hold on for 2 hours at most before it died. Chapter 426. Mysterious Canyon, Forest. The auras of the 10 true Lord ranks spread across heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky were filled with different auras of different elements. At this point in time, there were more than 100 geniuses from the 3 sections. Human, looks like the other half of your promise won't be fulfilled. I won't be able to escape this calamity. The sorrowful voice of the towering tree Yao resounded in Zhao Feng's ears. Under normal situations, even if there were twice as many true Lord ranks, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the towering tree Yao. However, the towering tree Yao had opened a gap with the Void God protection. There was no barrier in that direction, and the trunk was injured and hadn't healed yet. This meant that the geniuses of the 3 sects could attack the trunk of the towering tree Yao without any obstruction. Although the trunk was the strongest part of the towering tree Yao, it couldn't block the attacks of numbers. In this gap, the towering tree Yao could only take hits and couldn't even fight back. Even those at the origin core realm wouldn't be able to block it. Zhao Feng stood expressionlessly in the dense foliage. It's indeed more troublesome than I imagined. Compared to the towering tree Yao, Zhao Feng was much calmer. Human, do you have a plan or not? What do I need to do? Maybe Zhao Feng's calmness gave the towering tree Yao a sliver of hope. Although the towering tree Yao was stronger, it was in a situation where it couldn't do anything. So, the only sliver of hope was on Zhao Feng. Wait for them to come. Zhao Feng didn't want to explain too much. He opened his God's spiritual eye and inspected the situation of the 10 true Lord ranks. Under the God's spiritual eye, every true Lord rank's cultivation, skill, and state of injuries were all visible. 10 true Lord ranks. 3 late-stage true Lord ranks, 4 early-stage true Lord ranks, and 3 early-stage true Lord ranks. Zhao Feng murmured. In reality, of the 10 true Lord ranks, only those at the late-stage true Lord rank, or more accurately, Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan, made Zhao Feng wary. Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan were stronger than normal late-stage true Lord ranks and were comparable to the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. In a one-on-one fight, Zhao Feng had no confidence in facing one of them. Of course, the current situation was no longer a one-on-one problem. Zhao Feng was about to be ganged up on. It had begun. So the 10 true Lord ranks led the 100 true Spirit Realm geniuses towards the gap. The power of the Void God's protection cleared all the obstacles at the gap, revealing the trunk of the towering tree demon that had yet to fully recover. Attack. The 10 true Lord ranks all used long-range skills and secret techniques towards the trunk of the tree Yao. At the true Lord rank, even if they weren't in close combat, they could easily hit their target from 100 yards away. Peng peng boom, the trunk of the towering tree demon took the barrage of attacks head-on, and the leaves around it trembled. Behind the 10 true Lord ranks were many geniuses at the true Spirit Realm, and their attacks were enough to instantly destroy a small clan. There was no skill or strategy, only the simplest, human wave tactic. The towering tree demon's life force was extremely strong, and it could still take the attacks of the 10 true Lord ranks and the 100 true Spirit Realm geniuses for a while. Human, quickly think of something. I can only take the attacks and will die in less than 2 hours. The towering tree demon's voice was hurried. Do these guys think I don't exist? Zhao Feng stood on the branches and inspected the attacks of the three sects. Soon, he started to understand the intentions of the three sects. As long as the towering tree demon was killed, Zhao Feng would lose his protection, and at that point in time, wouldn't it be easy? Therefore, if Zhao Feng didn't attack, the 10 true lord ranks wouldn't bother with him. Let's begin. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye suddenly opened. His deep blue left eye was like a bottomless abyss that extended infinitely. Shwa! The hearts of some of the experts at the true spirit realm shook. Kill. Hand over the wood spirit essence soul. Ah! Senior brother. Why are you attacking me? The crowd suddenly broke into chaos. Some of the experts at the true spirit realm lost control of their emotions and attacked the disciples next to them. Whoosh! 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 Blood splattered and several disciples of the three sects were ambushed and killed by the disciples next to them. Eye of the heart. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye scanned across the crowd. In a short while, 4 or 5 disciples of the three sects were controlled by Zhao Feng's eye of the heart and attacked the people next to them. Everyone watch out. The three sects were in chaos and everyone was in danger. No one under the true lord rank could resist Zhao Feng's eye of the heart, and with just one glance, their emotions were controlled. Facing their senior brother who could betray them at any time, the disciples of the three sects didn't have the mood to attack the towering tree Yao. Eye of illusion. Zhao Feng's attack didn't stop as his god's spiritual eye scanned across once more. Plop! Plop! 2 disciples of the three sects fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Shoo! Roots broke through the ground and tied up the 3 geniuses of the three sects and dragged them into the ground to become fertilizer. The three sects became more and more chaotic. Your Excellency Qi Gui. Yi Yenyu's eyes flashed as she looked towards Qi Gui of the Black Cliff Palace. Qi Gui was one of the 10 true lord ranks and specialized in eye bloodlines. Leave him to me. Qi Gui harumphed as his nose ring loosened and he flew out. In reality, Qi Gui was also observing when Zhao Feng used his eye bloodline. This brat's eye bloodline is more of a mental energy type. Before I finish him off, those without a soul weapon should back off and not participate in the battle. Those below the peak true mystic rank shouldn't participate. Qi Gui ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 true lord ranks started to deploy. According to Qi Gui's orders, at least 2/3 of the people were pushed back. The other participating geniuses were all at the peak true mystic rank or had decent defensive soul items. Zhao Feng was about to continue attacking when he suddenly felt a wicked aura enter his soul. Black wicked eye. The white flames in Qi Gui's eye started to spin and condense into a mysterious dark dot. Separated by a large patch of leaves, the two looked at each other. The black wicked eye and God's spiritual eye met for the first time. Outsider. Let me experience your eye bloodline. Qi Gui licked his lips as battle intent burned in his eyes. Thinking back to how his eye bloodline had lost to the other party in the void, he felt sullen and wanted to fight again. Now, the chance had finally come. Black wicked eye versus God's spiritual eye. The clash of eye bloodlines. When the dark dot in the middle of Qi Gui's black wicked eye suddenly shook. In the next instant, the air was filled with a ghostly mist that stretched from Qi Gui's end to Zhao Feng's other end like a bridge. The disciples of the three sects couldn't even see the figures of Zhao Feng and Qi Gui. The ghost mist bridge pressed down on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng instantly felt a ghastly aura of an evil spirit come from the ghost bridge and press down on him. His entire body was cold and gloomy. That power originated from the black evil eye. Through the amplification of the ghost bridge, it penetrated through and attacked his body without any restraint. If it was an ordinary expert, the terrifying evil spirit and ghost chi would have directly broken through their soul and turned them into a lifeless shell. Shwa! A ghastly white ghost claw extended from the illusory ghost bridge, several dozen feet wide, and lunged at Zhao Feng. Such a large ghost claw could cover an entire room. Zhao Feng's body was locked onto by the ghost bridge and couldn't dodge. Worthy of being a two-star sect, to be able to dig their eye bloodline to such a level. Zhao Feng opened his god spiritual eye and observed the theory and techniques of Qi Gui's eye bloodline. Through the black wicked eye, Qi Gui's control of the wicked ghost power had reached a peak and his attacks were godly and hard to defend against. Break! Zhao Feng circulated the freezing pond in the dimension of his left eye, which was the eye power of the god spiritual eye, to fight against the ghost bridge. The god spiritual eye contained a weird power that could shock ghosts and gods, and it was accompanied by a bone-chilling power. Instantly, the ghost claw was pushed back by the god's spiritual eye in the simplest and most direct way and almost collapsed. The ghost bridge faintly trembled and showed signs of becoming unstable. Go! Qi Gui lightly patted a ghost artifact pouch on his waist and hundreds of sinister ghosts flew out. Some were in human form and some were in beast form. Their auras suddenly became tyrannical. A portion of those ghosts fused with the void ghost bridge, causing it to become even more stable and almost corporeal. There was also a portion of ghosts that screamed under the power of the ghost bridge and turned into a ghastly white flame that followed the ghost bridge and burned around Zhao Feng's body. He's using items to strengthen his eye bloodline. Zhao Feng couldn't help but open his eyes. So, before the battle, Qi Gui had given many conditions to the other two sects in order to deal with Zhao Feng, and the other members of the Black Cliff Palace had also provided him with many resources. Now that he was fighting against Zhao Feng, Qi Gui was fully prepared. As the hundreds of ghosts merged, Qi Gui's black wicked eyes attacks became fiercer. Zhe, brother, Qi Gui's black wicked eye has many methods. Even that bitch Yi Yenyu has suffered in front of the black wicked eye. The geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace laughed weirdly and were pleased. The other 9 true lord ranks were also very satisfied with the situation. From the looks of it, even if Qi Gui can't completely defeat this brat, he should be able to suppress him. This way, we can attack without worry. The other true lord ranks all nodded their heads. Yi Yenyu's eyes flashed. Qi Gui indeed didn't disappoint us. However, just to be safe, we'll send another 2 true lord ranks to help Qi Gui. If we work well together, we might be able to kill this person in one move. For some reason, she wasn't at ease with the battle between Qi Gui and Zhao Feng. Perhaps Zhao Feng's previous schemes against her had left a shadow in her heart because of all the mysteries that could not be seen through. So. Another 2 true lord ranks flew out from the 9 true lord ranks to help Qi Gui. Chapter 427. When Zhao Feng and Qi Gui used their eye bloodlines to fight, another 2 of the 10 true lord ranks came to help. A total of 3 true lord ranks with Qi Gui as the main force against Zhao Feng. A measly true mystic rank brat can die without regrets if he can stall 3 true lord ranks. One of them was a female at the true lord rank. Her face was as white as snow and she wore an elegant dress. She had a self-mocking tone. She was one of the 2 true lord ranks that came to help Qi Gui and came from the Pure Moon spiritual sect. She had broken through to the true lord rank in the Purple Saint ruins. Sister Gong, don't underestimate this person. Someone that Qi Gui personally took action and Sister Yi placed so much importance on isn't simple. Brother Yu Luo is a good example. The other early-stage true lord rank black-faced youth warned. Brother Yu Luo was once one of the 3 most handsome men of the spiritual sect. I liked him for many years but didn't dare to say anything. Now that I've reached the true lord rank, I had a chance to be with him. But now that I've reached the true lord rank, my dream has been destroyed. Tears flickered in the eyes of the elegant woman in palace attire, but they were soon replaced by a frosty killing intent. It was because of this that she volunteered to help Qi Gui. She wouldn't miss the chance to kill Zhao Feng. I can't drag it out any longer. Zhao Feng saw the two true lord ranks from the corner of his eye. At this point in time, a ghastly white flame burned on the ghost bridge and spread to Zhao Feng's body. This flame could burn one's life force and corrode the soul. It was extremely troublesome to deal with. Qi Gui's eye bloodline and usage opened Zhao Feng's eyes. If it was under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng would definitely learn a lot from fighting Qi Gui. However, the situation was dire. The towering tree Yao wouldn't be able to last more than 2 hours and Zhao Feng would have to face the other true lord ranks. Lightning Fire God's Eye. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with a transparent light of lightning and fire. Boom! In a split second, a large patch of translucent, green, and translucent thunder fire bombarded the ghost bridge. Shrill screams came from the pale white flames as they quickly dimmed and extinguished. Lightning Fire Eye technique, Qi Gui's mind shook as a destructive aura followed the ghost bridge and attacked his black evil eye. Wang! The illusory ghost bridge, which had been strengthened by countless malicious ghosts, trembled, and its light dimmed, almost disappearing. A large amount of vengeful spirits and ghosts' power was destroyed by the terrifying power of thunder and fire, causing green smoke to rise. At that moment, Crimson Ghost's soul trembled as if he had been struck by lightning and fire. Boom! Following this, Zhao Feng's second Lightning Fire God's Eye descended, targeting Qi Gui himself. Ka-cha! The illusory ghost bridge bore the brunt of the attack and instantly shattered. Demon God shattering the void. Qi Gui's black evil eye spun and the dark dot in the center actually shot out a dark ray of light that barely blocked the Thunder Fire God's eye. That dark ray was extremely mysterious. It could annihilate matter and see through souls. Pew pew pew. A hole was pierced through the lightning and fire by Qi Gui and the power of the attack was halved. Not only that. There was still a third of the dark ray of light that shot towards Zhao Feng. Its speed was the same as the Lightning Fire God's Eye and the instant it was shot out, it was almost undodgeable. And, this dark ray of light, condenses the power of the eye into a line and attacks the enemy directly. The speed of Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye had reached a limit. In terms of thinking speed, Zhao Feng was countless times faster than the dark ray of light. This was a powerful ability given by the God's spiritual eye. God's spiritual eye, duplication. The dark blue dot in Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly lit up. At that instant, the chilling pond in the dimension of his left eye started to ripple like a bottomless abyss. Pew pew. A cold ray of light shot out from his left eye and clashed with Qi Gui's dark ray of light. Qi Gui's dark ray of light first froze before shattering. What's going on? It's the same secret technique as mine, only the element is different. Qi Gui's heart shook. He could only watch as his ghost god breaking the void was broken by Zhao Feng using the same secret technique. Pew! The remaining lightning fire on Qi Gui's body hadn't been extinguished yet and the cold ray of light still had half of its power left. Instantly, a weird coldness pierced into his flesh and soul. Qi Gui hiccuped as he experienced the pain of fire and ice. This move can be seen as a variation of the Eye of Ice Soul. It's called Ice Soul Ray or Ice Soul Charge. Zhao Feng gave a light laugh. The Eye of Ice Soul mainly focused on mental energy and froze the thoughts of the opponent. It was a continuous attack. This Ice Soul Ray, on the other hand, was launched by channeling Ice Elemental Eye bloodline power to launch the Ice Soul Charge. The Ice Soul Ray was an instantaneous burst of speed similar to Qi Gui's Demon God shattering the void. It could even block other eye techniques. Duplication secret technique? Your eye bloodline, it's actually. Qi Gui was tongue-tied. At this point in time, he was being attacked by lightning fire and ice soul and was slightly injured. However, it wasn't as shocking as this scene. Eye of Illusion. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye opened once again. Shua. Qi Gui's eyes flashed. In the next instant, Qi Gui was situated in an icy cold space with lightning chains binding him. Illusion space restraining my consciousness. Qi Gui was faintly surprised, but he didn't panic. He had obviously seen this eye bloodline technique before. Pa. 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 Zhao Feng waved a barbed iron whip and hit Qi Gui. In essence, he was torturing Qi Gui's consciousness. When a person's consciousness was tortured to the limit, they would either faint or their consciousness would collapse. Qi Gui obviously understood his situation. The problem was that he was in mid-air and in a few breaths he would fall down and become fertilizer for the towering tree Yao. Resentful ghost spirit explosion. Qi Gui gritted his teeth and the black nose ring on his nose vibrated and released a strong ghost power. In the real world, Qi Gui's forehead struggled and a burning ghost power lit up on his body which created an indescribable shaking of the soul. Buzz. The illusory space trembled, and a large amount of dark black qi waves rushed out and rolled out. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The consumption of the god's spiritual eye's illusion space instantly increased by several times. Qi Gui wanted to forcefully break through. If it was a normal one-on-one battle, Zhao Feng would definitely fight to the end as he had confidence in the god's spiritual eye's source of mental energy. However, the situation now was different. His opponent wasn't just Qi Gui, but the other 9 True Lord ranks. The reinforcements of the other 2 True Lord ranks had arrived. What's going on? Qi Gui seems to be suppressed. The black-faced youth and elegant girl were both surprised. Not long ago, the eye bloodline battle between the 2 geniuses was extremely intense and some of the spectating geniuses felt their hearts tremble. However, it was obvious that Zhao Feng had turned the situation around and suppressed Qi Gui. There were burn marks on Qi Gui's body and his face was pale. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he struggled. We've underestimated this person. Even Qi Gui can't suppress him. Yi Yenyu's expression was solemn. Luckily, the 2 True Lord ranks reinforcements had arrived. Zhao Feng and Qi Gui are in the most important battle and can't be distracted. This is the best chance to kill him. A layer of cold killing intent appeared on the elegant woman's snow-white face. That's right. We can't help with eye bloodline techniques, but if we take care of Zhao Feng, everything will be solved. The black-faced youth nodded his head. They were all smart and could see the crux of the matter. So. The 2 True Lord ranks, 1 male and 1 female, flew through the air towards Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng was in the forest and had the towering tree Yao as cover, there were 7 other True Lord ranks and many true spirit realms protecting him. As long as the 2 didn't go too deep, they still had a high chance of winning. 3 True Lord ranks ganging up on me. You overestimate me too much. Zhao Feng's light laughter was accompanied by a lethal killing intent. Shua. Zhao Feng retracted his god's spiritual eye. On the other side, Qi Gui's face was pale white as he struggled and his consciousness returned to reality. His body shook and he almost fell to the ground. At this moment, Qi Gui saw the other 2 True Lord ranks close in on Zhao Feng. Don't! Qi Gui cursed in his heart. Through the eye bloodline battle just then, he knew how terrifying Zhao Feng was. Putting aside those at the true spirit realm, even normal True Lord ranks would find it hard to block his eye bloodline technique. All he could do was use the remaining 60% of his black wicked eye to stall Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng ignored his black wicked eye and his target fell on the 2 True Lord ranks. Stay here. Zhao Feng suddenly waved his hand. Shua. Suddenly, 2 dark silver shadows leaped out from beneath the soil. They were about 10 to 20 feet tall, and they attacked the black-faced youth and the elegant woman from behind. That's... How is this possible? Not good. Qi Gui's eyes flashed as he exclaimed. The two figures were the dark silver ghost corpses and their auras were comparable to the true Lord rank ghost corpses. Instantly, the two true Lord ranks were pincered by Zhao Feng and the two dark silver ghost corpses. The one who bore the brunt of the attack was the elegant woman in palace attire. She lagged behind a little and was immediately pounced on by the two poison corpses lying in ambush. Save me. The elegant woman's expression changed. She had just reached the true Lord rank not long ago and was in danger of being ambushed by two ghost corpses. Shu, the two dark silver ghost corpses waved their scorpion claws at the elegant woman under Zhao Feng's control. The elegantly dressed woman panicked as her protective chi of true spirit was torn apart by the sharp claws. Shwa! A bloody gash was left on her snow-white skin. The instant she was poisoned, her blood froze and she was half a step into the gates of hell. Shwa! Immediately following that, her snow-white body was pierced and bitten into pieces by the two ghost corpses. No matter how beautiful she was just a white bone. This scene made the seven true Lord ranks take in a cold breath. Sister Gong. The black-faced youth's heart went cold as he was dazed by this scene. His first reaction wasn't to take revenge for his junior sister but to run. Too terrifying. This Zhao Feng had hidden his strength so deeply that he had hidden two ghost corpses in secret. Eye of Ice Soul. However, just as he flew out a few yards, a weird coldness spread across his body. With the black-faced youth's early-stage true Lord rank cultivation, his thoughts were frozen and his reactions were even slower than those at the true human rank. Shu, the two ghost corpses roared and leapt over, tearing the black-faced true Lord rank into pieces. 2. Zhao Feng remained calm and after killing the two true Lord ranks, he controlled the two dark silver ghost corpses to attack Qi Gui. Chapter 428. In an instant, two true Lord ranks were killed by the poison corpses. The seven true Lord ranks and the geniuses of the three sects were dazed by this scene. Everything happened too quickly. Just a moment ago, Zhao Feng was fighting with Qi Gui with his eye bloodline and was almost suppressed. Then, the two true Lord ranks arrived and the situation was extremely dangerous for Zhao Feng. But who would have thought that the situation would change so dramatically? Of the three true Spirit Alliance leaders, two had been killed and the remaining Qi Gui was in danger. Two poison corpses that have both reached the true Lord rank and contain such a powerful poison. How is this possible? Qi Gui was shocked and in disbelief. How hard was it to raise a ghost corpse to the true Lord rank? Qi Gui knew this very well. He had cultivated for many years and obtained many resources before he had two ghost corpses. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had only taken two ghost corpses from the Black Cliff Palace. At that time, the strength of the two ghost corpses hadn't even reached the peak true mystic rank. Earth-Ean Poison Mushroom. It must be the Earth-Ean Poison Mushroom. Qi Gui seemed to think of something and understood. Only the Earth-Ean Poison Mushroom had such an effect and could easily raise a peak true mystic rank ghost corpse to the true Lord rank. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had obtained the Sky Marking Stone, the deadly Ean Crystal Bone and the giant Scorpion Pincer. With so many peerless treasures, Zhao Feng had strengthened the equipment of the two poison corpses to the maximum. Go! Zhao Feng didn't waste words and controlled the two silver-striped poison corpses to attack the stronger Qi Gui. Not good. Run! Qi Gui's soul almost left his body. He knew how terrifying the ancient scorpion's poison was. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had also obtained the Earth-Ean Poison Mushroom. The combination of the two poisons meant death to those at the true spirit realm. As long as the poison corpses managed to cut their skin, they would die here. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye glowed coldly as it locked onto Qi Gui. Qi Gui's body stiffened as a strange coldness that could freeze his soul caused his thoughts and consciousness to become stiff and sluggish. In an instant, his speed decreased by 60 to 70%. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two dark silver poison corpses flew closer. Could it be that I, Qi Gui, am going to die here? Qi Gui felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse. He could even feel the aura of death approaching. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Under the state of being locked on by the Eye of Ice Soul, it was absolutely difficult for him to resist the crazy biting attacks of the two dark silver poison corpses. As long as his flesh was cut, he would die on the spot. At this moment, Qi Gui couldn't help but feel regret. The giant scorpion pincer and fiend crystal bone that he had traded with Zhao Feng had increased the attack power of the two dark silver poison corpses, as well as the sharpness of their claws and teeth. Otherwise, Zhao Feng's two dark silver ghost corpses wouldn't pose such a threat since they were only barely at the true lord rank. Junior brother Qi, Black Cliff Palace's Morgan, the youth who was withered like a corpse, let out a low roar and quickly closed in. Go! Qi Gui gritted his teeth and took out the only blood-silver corpse he had left. He originally had two true lord rank ghost corpses, but one of them had been smashed into dust by the towering tree Yao. Of course. This blood-silver corpse's battle power was comparable to a normal early-stage true lord rank and should be able to block it for a while. Bam 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 bam. The two dark silver ghost corpses leapt forward and started to fight with the blood-silver corpse. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem for Qi Gui to fight one against two. At the very least, he would be able to last for a long time. However, now, he was locked on by the Eye of Ice Soul and his thoughts slowed down. He couldn't control the blood-silver corpse and could only use 60 to 70% of its battle power. In just a few rounds, Zhao Feng's two dark silver ghost corpses beat Qi Gui's blood-silver corpse to the point where it couldn't fight back at all. If I'm able to obtain this silver-blooded zombie, then my overall strength will rise by another level. A thought appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Qi Gui, who was running for his life, didn't know that Zhao Feng's thought had allowed him to escape. If Zhao Feng wanted to kill Qi Gui, he only needed to use one dark silver ghost corpse to stall the blood silver corpse and the other to chase after Qi Gui. Along with his Eye of Ice Soul and Lightning Fire God's Eye, he had a 70% chance of killing Qi Gui. However, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of this blood silver corpse. He used his Eye of Ice Soul to lock onto Qi Gui and controlled the two ghost corpses to suppress Qi Gui's blood silver corpse. Pine! 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 Qi Gui's blood silver corpse was soon forced to the ground. Whoosh! Chio! Chio! Near the ground, roots broke out of the ground one after another. I still have use for this corpse, Zhao Feng said to the towering tree Yao. Instantly, the silver-blooded zombie was tied up by a dozen or so roots and dragged into the soil. Success! Zhao Feng was very satisfied. He then controlled the two ghost corpses to continue chasing after Qi Gui. Qi Gui was still locked onto by the Eye of Ice Soul and hadn't run far. How unfortunate! Although Qi Gui's heart ached from losing a true lord rank corpse, his life was saved. Brother Qi, I'll save you. Morgan of the Black Cliff Palace rushed over and intercepted the two poison corpses. Pine! Pine! Morgan's arms trembled, and with great strength, he managed to knock the two poison corpses several meters away. This person cultivates the corpse Dao and has a body similar to a corpse. He's almost immune to poison. Zhao Feng's heart moved. He understood that of the 10 true lord ranks, only this person could block the poison of the two ghost corpses to a certain degree. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng's expression went cold as his god's spiritual eye locked onto Morgan. In terms of mental energy attainments, Morgan was much weaker than Qi Gui. After being locked onto by the Eye of Ice Soul, the coldness eroded his mind and slowed his reactions. Morgan cultivated the corpse Tao, and although his body was strong, his speed wasn't fast enough. Now that he was locked onto by the Eye of Ice Soul, he was as clumsy as a turtle and it was hard for him to even move. Pa pa pa. The two dark silver poison corpses tore and tore at Morgan's defenses, tearing through his skin. Morgan's body wasn't weak and under normal situations, he could send a dark silver ghost corpse flying with one punch. However, at this moment, he was locked onto by the Eye of Ice Soul and his speed and agility weren't even comparable to some true human rank cultivators. At this point in time, Morgan fell into the frenzy of the two dark silver ghost corpses. If it was a normal expert, they would have stepped into the gates of hell the moment their skin was ripped open. However, Morgan's body was withered like a corpse and he had a body similar to a corpse and was almost immune to poison. Of course. He wasn't a true corpse and the poison of the dark silver ghost corpses had merged with the poison of the giant scorpion and the earthine poison mushroom. Morgan wasn't completely immune but his resistance was several times stronger than normal true lord ranks. After being ripped open, Morgan's body became slower and his battle power decreased as a layer of purple-black appeared on his face. Brother Morgan. Chi Gui cursed in his heart and saw that Morgan was in danger because of him. However, if it was him, he would have died several times already. Of the 10 true lord ranks, only Morgan could block the poison of the dark silver ghost corpses. Lightning Fire God's Eye. An azure lightning fire appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Whoosh! A ball of transparent thunder fire crackled with azure lightning, wreaking havoc on Morgan's body. Ah! Morgan let out a shrill cry. The lightning and fire element bloodlines countered the Tao of ghost corpses. He wasn't like Chi Gui who specialized in eye bloodlines and could even block Zhao Feng's attacks. First the Eye of Ice Soul and then the Lightning Fire God's Eye. Morgan's soul was injured and the poison entered his organs. Bam! Bang! Morgan roared, brandishing his arms, sending the two dark silver poison corpses flying. At the critical moment, he even ignited his chi of true spirit, causing his battle power to surge as he attempted to break out of the encirclement. Two dark silver poison corpses were wounded by Morgan's arms, and one of them had its arm broken. Die! Zhao Feng's face darkened. The next moment, his god spiritual eye had been pushed to the limit. Eye of Illusion. Ice Soul Ray. Lightning Fire God Eye. Whoosh! Xiao! Boom! The 3-eye bloodline techniques landed on Morgan. First, the Eye of Illusion bound Morgan's consciousness and stopped his burning chi of true spirit. This was a disguised weakening of their defense. Xiao! Then, a dark ray pierced into Morgan's body, and the damage to his mind doubled. Boom! The last round of the Lightning Fire God's Eye sent Morgan into a pit of no return. Senior Brother Morgan, Chi Gui roared. The geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace exclaimed. Morgan's body and soul burned as he fell from the air and became fertilizer for the towering tree Yao. In reality, Morgan's soul was destroyed before he even hit the ground. This was even more complete than his body being destroyed. On the other side, the 6 true lord ranks couldn't help but take a cold breath as they saw this scene. How could the 3 bloodline techniques not die when they all landed on the same target? This was the first time Zhao Feng had been so ruthless since he started cultivating. The third. Zhao Feng's expression was cold, but his expression was slightly ugly. Using eye bloodline techniques had expended a lot of energy and his mental energy was slightly weak. This was only because the god's spiritual eye was strong. If it was a normal eye bloodline genius, they probably wouldn't be able to last this long. Human, I admit that I've underestimated you. You've taken care of 3 of the 10 true lord ranks in an instant. When you used your eye bloodline, even my wood spirit essence soul felt cold. The towering tree Yao's voice sounded with obvious joy. Just how much time had passed. Zhao Feng had already finished off 3 true lord ranks and he had done it cleanly. Before this, the towering tree Yao only saw Zhao Feng as its last hope and didn't have much hope. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure flashed and landed in the area with the most leaves. He sat down cross-legged with a slightly pale face. Brother Tree Yao, if you can take out the wood spirit essence soul to help me recover and comprehend, our chances of defeating these enemies will be higher. Zhao Feng said coldly after sitting down. How can I do that? You've only completed half of your promise. I know how cunning you humans are. The towering tree Yao obviously wasn't dumb or else it wouldn't have become a spirit. You've also seen that killing 3 true lord ranks expended a lot of my eye bloodline power. The other 7 true lord ranks won't fall for the same trick. Zhao Feng continued to persuade. This. The towering tree Yao was slightly hesitant and scared of being tricked by Zhao Feng. More importantly, with your wood spirit essence soul, I'll be able to use an even stronger eye bloodline and that'll be the key to defeating the 10 true lord ranks. Chapter 429. Between the lush branches and leaves. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and with just a few words, he managed to convince the towering tree Yao. The last sentence made the towering tree Yao's heart move. Before, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was already extremely strong and made the towering tree Yao's expression change. Then what would the more powerful eye bloodline that Zhao Feng spoke of be like? Furthermore, because of the situation, the towering tree Yao had to give in for its own safety. It was a fact that Zhao Feng had used too much energy to kill 3 true lord ranks. It wasn't realistic for him to block the remaining 7 true lord ranks in his current state. Alright, I can lend you the wood spirit essence in advance, but don't play any tricks, the towering tree Yao agreed. As soon as it finished, Zhao Feng felt a surge of pure essence soul enter his mental energy world from the leaves under his feet. The soul essence nourished Zhao Feng's soul and made his mental energy stronger, giving him a feeling of endless growth. The towering tree Yao's age could be counted in the tens of thousands of years and the wood spirit essence soul could be said to be a natural treasure of the soul. Even those at the origin core realm could use the wood spirit essence soul to strengthen their soul and help them comprehend the void god realm. The wood spirit essence soul was even more effective for Zhao Feng. This was because the core of his god's spiritual eye was the Tao of the soul. A shallow layer of it was the Tao of mental energy. Very good. Brother Tree Yao. My soul has become stronger and my recovery speed has increased. With this soul as my shield, I believe my eye bloodline's power will increase dramatically. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He said this because he wanted to lower the towering tree Yao's guard and support him. In reality, the current situation was created by Zhao Feng. In reality, he had only used 30 to 40% of his eye bloodline power, but on the surface, it looked like he had used up a lot of his eye bloodline power. In the previous battle, he had even used 3 eye bloodline secret techniques at the same time. Of course, Morgan had to be killed because he was the only one of the 10 true lord ranks that could block the dark silver ghost corpse. Corpse poison. Without Morgan blocking the corpse poison, which other true lord ranks would dare to kill Zhao Feng? After some squandering, Zhao Feng had lost quite a bit of his eye bloodline power, so he could openly ask the towering tree Yao for something. The towering tree demon saw hope after witnessing its strength earlier, which was why it was convinced by Zhao Feng's words. Now, with the support of the wood spirit essence soul, Zhao Feng's soul had already been nourished and strengthened to a certain extent. His mental energy level showed signs of increasing, and some of the eye bloodline power he had lost was quickly recovering. I hope you won't disappoint me. This wood spirit essence soul is my source. Supporting you will cause my source to leak out. The towering tree demon sighed. He had no other choice in this situation. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, the towering tree demon wouldn't use his source to support an outsider. At the same time, Chi Gui's face was pale white as he met up with the other 6 true lord ranks. In the air, the 7 true lord ranks all had solemn expressions. Before the battle started, who would have thought that a true mystic rank genius would be so strong, slaying 3 true lord ranks and not being injured at all? Even Chi Gui, who had the strongest eye bloodline, lost to Zhao Feng. My eye bloodline has been used up too much and my soul is injured. I won't be able to fight that brat head-on for a while. Chi Gui's heart trembled. Brother Mo Gan's death touched his heart and he couldn't calm down for a long time. If it wasn't for Mo Gan, he would have died. This meant that Mo Gan had used his own death to exchange for his life. Chi Gui, although you failed, you didn't do anything pointless. At least we found out Zhao Feng's strength and he's also lost quite a bit. Zhuang Wan's gentle and sweet voice sounded, tugging at his heart. This Zhao Feng must be killed. Yi Yenyu's beautiful face, which had always been clear and gentle, was now filled with an intense coldness. Of the 3 true lord ranks that had died, 2 came from the pure moon spiritual sect. This made her heart hurt and feel more guilty. If she hadn't been tricked by Zhao Feng, Yu Luo and company wouldn't have died so easily. The 7 true lord ranks watched Zhao Feng's situation through the leaves of the towering tree Yao. Zhao Feng's face was slightly pale as he sat down to rest. This brat fought with me and killed 3 true lord ranks. The damage to his eye bloodline won't be any less than mine. Now's the time to attack the towering tree Yao or kill him. Chi Gui suggested. The 6 true lord ranks all nodded their heads in agreement. Wait. It seems to be the power of the wood spirit essence soul. Zhuang Wan suddenly sensed something and looked towards Zhao Feng. Not good. He's received the support of the towering tree Yao's origin soul. Yi Yenyu also found the situation. The 2 girls had the highest cultivations and found the abnormality of Zhao Feng. It was obvious that Zhao Feng was using the wood spirit essence soul to recover his eye bloodline. How dare you! This brat has such fortune to make the towering tree Yao give up its origin soul. Chi Gui's pale face twisted and his voice was filled with anger. The other 6 true lord ranks were also filled with unwillingness and anger. The reason why the geniuses of the 3 sects attacked the towering tree Yao was for the treasures of the wood spirit essence soul. And Zhao Feng was able to enjoy it so easily. It seemed like their attacks had actually given Zhao Feng an opportunity. This is preposterous. Li Hong's eyes spat fire and he almost exploded. The enemy that he wanted to kill was getting better and better. And all of this was because of them. I'll kill him no matter what price I have to pay. Cold killing intent condensed on Yi Yenyu's face. Soon after, the 7 true lord ranks led the experts at the true spirit realm and attacked the towering tree Yao. Now's our chance to kill the towering tree Yao. That bastard Zhao Feng won't be able to escape death. Even if it's just weakening the towering tree Yao, it'll still put Zhao Feng in danger. The 7 true lord ranks and the geniuses of the 3 sects worked together and their attacks were even fiercer than before. Perhaps only under such circumstances would the 3 sects truly be able to join forces and fight against a powerful enemy. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the ground and was unaffected by the attacks of the experts. Shwa! With a flash, Zhao Feng landed near the ground. Whoosh! 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 A few roots emerged from the soil and delivered a silver blood zombie to it. This blood-silver corpse's battle power was comparable to the early-stage True Lord rank and its defense was even stronger than normal early-stage True Lord ranks. This blood-silver corpse was one of the meat shields when fighting the ancient scorpion. Shwa! Wisps of lightning and fire appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye and locked onto the blood-silver corpse. Woo! The blood-silver corpse roared and struggled but was caught by the roots of the towering tree Yao. Humph! You want to erase my mental energy mark? How can it be so simple? Chi Gui sensed this and harumphed coldly. He had raised this blood-silver corpse for many years and the mental energy mark was extremely deep. Even experts of the same cultivation wouldn't be able to erase it without a few days. Even if it was successfully erased, it wasn't a quick matter to brand a new mental energy mark on the true Lord rank ghost corpse. However, Zhao Feng was trying. His god's spiritual eye used the power of the lightning fire god's eye to forcefully erase Qi Gui's mental energy mark. What? What's going on? Qi Gui's expression changed dramatically. The connection between him and the blood-silver zombie had suddenly become much weaker. A few breaths later. Qi. Green smoke rose from the body of the silver blood zombie. The spiritual imprint had been forcefully rubbed a few times and was basically destroyed. Wah! Qi Gui's face was pale white as he spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he had a deep connection with the blood-silver corpse. Such speed. How is this possible? Could it be that his eye bloodline is specifically designed to counter ours? Qi Gui seemed to have lost his soul. By forcefully erasing the blood-silver corpse's mental energy mark, Zhao Feng once again injured Qi Gui's mind. Qi Gui's soul injury became more serious and the threat to Zhao Feng became smaller. Immediately following, Zhao Feng once again circulated the power of the god's spiritual eye and placed a mental energy mark on the blood-silver corpse. In this process, the blood-silver corpse struggled slightly. After all, it was at the true Lord rank. However, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye's power was extremely strong. His eyes flashed with a cold light and gave off an ancient mental energy aura that belonged to the original aura of this eye. Instantly, the silver-blooded zombie trembled inexplicably. Out of instinctive fear, it didn't dare to resist at all. At this moment in time, it was like a little ghost worshipping an ancient god. Even the towering tree demon's soul essence was trembling slightly. A few breaths later, the aura of the blood-silver corpse started to change. Shwa! The blood-silver corpse flashed and appeared next to Zhao Feng like a death guard, directly refining it. How is this possible? How can there be such a monster in this world? The geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace were all dazed as if they were watching a legend. In their eyes, Zhao Feng scanned a few times and erased Qi Gui's mental energy mark, then scanned a few more times before taking the true Lord rank ghost corpse for his own. Wrong. He's not the bane of the Tao of ghost corpses, but the one and only genius of this Tao. Qi Gui's face was bitter. The feeling of defeat at this moment was hundreds of times stronger than when he was defeated by Zhao Feng. He was certain. If the upper echelons of the Black Cliff Palace knew of a genius like Zhao Feng, they would definitely try to recruit and raise him. Done. Zhao Feng nodded his head. His figure flashed as he returned to the branch and sat down cross-legged. What was different from before was that the blood-silver corpse was next to Zhao Feng and had the protection of an early-stage true Lord rank. On the other hand, the two ghost corpses were hidden by Zhao Feng and were used for assassination. The disciples of the three sects all took in a cold breath. It was hard to imagine how strong Zhao Feng's overall strength was. Just the three ghost corpses in his hand were comparable to three true Lord ranks. Furthermore, the two venomous corpses had the ability to kill anyone below the origin core realm. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind: the ruins treasured palace will arrive at the gap of the towering tree Yao within an hour. An hour? That's right. It might arrive at any moment within an hour. Chapter 430. An hour? Very good. Zhao Feng let out a breath in his heart. The earlier the ruins treasured palace descended, the less pressure he felt. It wasn't realistic for him to fight against 10 true Lord ranks and hundreds of true spirit realm geniuses. As long as he could stall for time until the treasured palace arrived, Zhao Feng's mission would be considered complete. The towering tree Yao's gap. Boom! The 7 true Lord ranks and the geniuses of the true spirit realm unleashed a storm of attacks on the towering tree Yao. Amongst the leaves, Zhao Feng sat down and started to absorb the power of the wood spirit essence soul. A pure surge of soul energy entered Zhao Feng's mental energy world and started to nourish his soul. The wood spirit essence soul was the source of the towering tree Yao's soul. The towering tree demon had lived for a very long time. It was a wood spirit essence soul that had been created by countless suns and moons. It contained an extraordinary understanding of the mysteries of life and the myriad of things. It wasn't something an ordinary creature could compare to. In this process, the power of Zhao Feng's soul had obviously become stronger, and the bit of bloodline power that he had lost before had mostly recovered. His mind was immersed in the towering tree spirit's understanding of the true meaning of life that it had gained over the tens of thousands of years it had lived, and the endless cycle of life and death. Even Void God Realm kings probably didn't have as much experience as the towering tree Yao. Dimension of his left eye. Scenes of life being born, growing, and withering quickly flashed past. All of this was imprinted in the wood spirit essence soul. Even if it was the towering tree demon itself, it would not be able to trace back the deep memories of the distant past and present them in such a complete manner. However, in terms of soul power, the towering tree Yao couldn't be compared to Zhao Feng, who had the god's spiritual eye. In a short while, Zhao Feng's lost eye bloodline power had mostly recovered and his soul power had obviously become stronger. The reason for this was because of the god's spiritual eye and the fact that Zhao Feng had stepped into the ancient Tao of the soul. The wood spirit essence soul could only be used to its maximum effect in the hands of those who cultivated the Tao of the soul, and the god's spiritual eye increased this effect by several times. With the increase in the power of the soul, my mental energy level is much stronger than normal early stage true Lord ranks and not much weaker than late stage true Lord ranks. Zhao Feng was like a sponge, tirelessly absorbing and comprehending the power of the wood spirit essence soul. Human, how much longer do you need to meditate? When can you make your move? The towering tree Yao's injuries were increasing as it endured the attacks of the 7 true Lord ranks and the 100 geniuses of the 3 sections. Soon, Zhao Feng knew that the ruins treasure palace would descend within an hour, and the towering tree demon should be able to endure it. He still wanted to absorb more of the wood spirit essence's power. Boom! 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 The towering tree demon could only forcefully resist the waves of fierce attacks. Its branches and leaves shook, and it let out a powerless cry of pain. It was like an old man past his prime. Humans, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. The strength of these geniuses surpasses those of the same level. The towering tree demon wailed for help. Zhao Feng discovered that the towering tree demon's wood spirit essence had weakened a bit. On one hand, it was the towering tree demon's injuries, and on the other hand, it was urging Zhao Feng. Brother tree demon, I'll need your wood spirit essence soul to activate an area of effect bloodline technique. Zhao Feng exited his comprehension and his mental energy had reached an unprecedented peak. Okay. Make your move. The towering tree demon's heart shook, and an even purer surge of wood spirit essence soul entered Zhao Feng's mental energy world. In that instant, Zhao Feng felt the power of his soul become stronger, as if it was relying on a limitless source. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This towering tree demon wasn't stupid, and it didn't support him with all its strength before. Now, hearing that Zhao Feng wanted to use its power against the geniuses of the 3 sects, the towering tree demon's heart trembled, and it gave him 120% of its power. It's starting. Zhao Feng took a deep breath and condensed the freezing pond in the dimension of his left eye. The freezing pond had now expanded to a radius of 80 yards, more than twice as large as it was at the sacred True Dragon gathering. Ripples appeared in the deep blue cold pool, spreading and spinning in a strange manner. This was the source of Zhao Feng's bloodline power, and it needed the support of his soul. At this moment, a pure surge of wood spirit essence soul entered Zhao Feng's soul and became a source of support. Therefore, the more power Zhao Feng could use, the more control he had over the god's spiritual eye, the more control and endurance he had. As the power of the god's spiritual eye circulated, the towering tree demon under his feet started to tremble uneasily. The blood-silver zombie next to it started to tremble in fear. Everyone watch out. Qi Gui's expression changed as he warned the geniuses of the three sections. In the previous I bloodline battle, Qi Gui was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight with Zhao Feng. Although he was cultivating, he would occasionally pay attention to Zhao Feng. The moment Zhao Feng moved, he would sense it. My first target is you. Lightning fire god's eye. Zhao Feng circulated his eye bloodline and a lightning fire appeared in his left eye. Whoosh! A translucent cyan thunder fire struck Qi Gui like a ball of thunder fire, drowning the latter in it. This time, the power of the lightning fire god's eye had increased by a level. Arg! Qi Gui let out a sharp scream. Black light and ghost energy surged from his body as he used all of his abilities to barely destroy the thunder fire. The geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace immediately came to save him. When they arrived, Qi Gui was already on his last breaths and didn't have much life left. This was only because he specialized in eye bloodlines and his mastery of mental energy. If it was a normal early-stage True Lord rank, they would have died. The other 6 True Lord ranks were stunned. Not only did Zhao Feng's eye bloodline not weaken, it had become stronger. Wood spirit. Before Qi Gui fainted, his face was filled with fear and unwillingness as he spat out 2 words. The power of the lightning fire god's eye made Qi Gui, who specialized in eye bloodlines, faint. Zhao Feng now only needed to deal with the other 6 True Lord ranks and didn't need to waste his power on the unconscious Qi Gui. This was the same as saying, of the original 10 True Lord ranks, only 6 had the ability to fight. However, this was only the start of the nightmare. Zhao Feng stood amongst the branches and his blue hair blew in the wind. His god spiritual eye seemed to have an endless abyss that kept on expanding and seemed to swallow the entire world. Eye of Illusion, Illusion Maze City. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye scanned across the crowd. Among the geniuses of the 3 sects, there were more than a dozen people who were engulfed by the blue abyss in the god's spiritual eye. In the next instant, Shwa! The dozen geniuses felt as if they had been teleported. They were suddenly in a desolate and ancient maze instead of the sky above the gap of the towering tree demon. The city was shrouded in white mist. The terrain was complicated, like a huge maze. Where is this? How did we suddenly get here? Damn it. We've probably been hit by that bastard's mental energy technique. The top geniuses of the 3 sects were like ants on a hot pan as they ran around the illusion maze city. Even though they knew this was only a maze created by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline, but they couldn't break out of it. In reality, the geniuses of the 3 sects fell into chaos. More than a dozen of them were running around in the air. Accurately speaking, they were running around in circles. A small number of them lost control and screamed. Some had furrowed eyebrows and were trying to break through Zhao Feng's illusion maze city. Plop! Plop! A small number of the geniuses that were hit by the mental energy technique fell from the air and became fertilizer for the towering tree Yao. In the illusion maze city, these were the geniuses that found the exit and flaw. Amongst these geniuses, there was an early-stage True Lord rank from the Pure Moon spiritual sect who was running around in circles. Using the power of the god's spiritual eye to create this illusion city maze consumes a lot of energy. Luckily, I have the support of the wood spirit essence soul. Zhao Feng stood still and completed his illusion maze city. The illusory city maze was a branch of the illusory forbidden eye. It used illusory power to confuse the enemy and trap them. The difference was This illusory city maze was an area of effect. It would only confuse and trap the enemy, but it would not torture the target's mind. Within the dimension of his left eye, the outline of the illusion maze city became clearer and clearer. The next time I use it, I'll be able to duplicate this illusion city maze, which will greatly reduce the amount of eye bloodline power I use. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Simply put, the illusion maze city had been copied by Zhao Feng, and the next time he used it, he didn't need to imagine it anymore. With the support of the wood spirit essence soul, Zhao Feng's soul was strengthened and he was able to create the illusion maze city that covered a group of enemies. 12. 13. 14. After consolidating the illusion maze city, Zhao Feng started to invade and swallow the enemies. Between the leaves, Zhao Feng's left eye seemed to contain a fatal charm that made one's soul uncontrollably come in contact with it. Apart from Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan, anyone that came into contact with his gaze had their mind, eyes, ears, and even spiritual sense affected by the illusion maze city. They were clearly in midair, but their senses had tricked their souls and made them think that they were in the illusion maze city. There were around 20 geniuses that were covered by the illusion maze city. Zhuang Wan, and Yi Yenyu's expressions changed. Everyone be careful, don't look at his left eye. Yi Yanyu warned those that weren't affected by the eye of illusion. Zhao Feng's illusion maze city was created by the god's spiritual eye, and his left eye was the source of the whirlpool. If one didn't come into contact with the god's spiritual eye, then the power of the illusion would be lower. Those that have fallen into the mental energy illusion, don't panic. Stay where you are and maintain your flight. We'll save you. The true Lord ranks present sent a mental energy message into the mental energy dimension. The geniuses within the illusion maze city could faintly hear Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan's voices, but most of them were still running around in circles. All Zhao Feng needed to do was to maintain the illusion city maze palace and look for any flaws to strengthen it. As time passed, the illusion maze city successfully covered 20 to 30 geniuses, including one early stage true lord rank and one early stage true lord rank. The other 4 true lord ranks and the other geniuses all stopped their attacks in fear. Chapter 431. Human, you do have some skill. You've stopped the attacks of these enemies with just one move. The towering tree Yao's joyful voice sounded. Before, it had suffered the attacks of 7 true lord ranks and hundreds of true spirit realm geniuses, and it was a painful torture. After Zhao Feng took action, the situation had indeed changed. At this point in time, 20 to 30 geniuses including 2 true lord ranks had fallen into Zhao Feng's illusion city maze. The illusion city maze was an area attack that Zhao Feng had created based on the eye of illusion. In terms of depth, the illusion city maze wasn't as profound as the eye of illusion. The difficulty of the illusion city maze lay in the fact that it was an area of effect mental eye bloodline technique. Creating an enormous illusion city maze while trapping a large number of enemies would consume a terrifying amount of eye bloodline power. In the past, due to his cultivation, Zhao Feng had some ideas about this area mental energy technique, but he didn't manage to put it together. Another reason was that this was the first time Zhao Feng had met such a human wave tactic. The opponents he had met before were all one or a few. The original 4 eye bloodlines were more than enough. The illusory maze was an eye bloodline technique that he had developed under the circumstances. The illusion city maze specializes in human wave tactics. Even if an army of 10,000 comes, I'll still make it hard for you to advance. Zhao Feng stood on the branch and his left eye seemed to contain an endless abyss of ice. His blue hair blew in the wind and he seemed to have a noble bloodline. Subtly, Zhao Feng's illusion city maze was in the area where the towering tree Yao had broken through, and the closer it was to that area, the more affected it was. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was slowly consolidating the illusion city maze and expanding its range. Brother Tree Yao, the more support you give me, the stronger my eye bloodline will be. Zhao Feng's lips curled up. As soon as he said this, Zhao Feng felt the energy entering his mental energy world become purer and stronger. This was the source of the towering tree Yao's energy. Buzz! Zhao Feng's soul instantly received a great baptism, as if it was being irrigated by an endless spring rain. This feeling was like soaking his soul in a hot spring. Even some mental injuries and hidden injuries could be effectively eliminated. Great! Zhao Feng was overjoyed. With the towering tree demon's active cooperation, his comprehension of the wood spirit essence soul had doubled. Under this situation, his soul became stronger and his mental energy level was approaching the late-stage True Lord rank. The illusory maze became more stable and expanded further. The number of geniuses that were trapped in the illusory city maze was still increasing, and the number of geniuses that were able to struggle out was becoming fewer and fewer. Thump! Thump! Occasionally, one or two geniuses would fall from the sky and become nourishment for the towering tree demon. Zhao Feng had deliberately bewitched and guided the geniuses under the illusory city maze. The real exit, or the flaw, was the direction that led to the surface. Some geniuses thought that they had found the exit, but it was actually the path to hell. I must kill Zhao Feng in order to save the disciples of the three sections. Yi Yenyu's pretty face was filled with cold killing intent. A translucent sword appeared in her hand. She turned her gaze toward Zhuangwan, her. The Zhao Feng of today was different from the past. If they wanted to kill Zhao Feng, they would need at least 2 late-stage True Lord ranks to have some confidence. Zhao Feng was in the lush area of the towering tree Yao, which gave him a huge advantage. Normal True Lord ranks wouldn't even be able to get close before being smashed into meat paste. More importantly, Zhao Feng was extremely strong and had 3 True Lord rank zombies protecting him. 2 of them had the power of the Origin Core Realm and Blood-Sealing Throat. Under normal situations, only Yi Yenyu and Zhuangwan could threaten Zhao Feng. Facing Yi Yenyu's suggestion, Zhuangwan face revealed hesitation. No. Zhuangwan voice was filled with helplessness. Why? Yi Yenyu was slightly surprised. Yi Yenyu. Looks like you've been blinded by hatred and guilt. Kill Zhao Feng. Kill the towering tree demon. How big a price do we have to pay and how many more will die? Is it all worth it? Zhuangwan's tone was decisive. Yi Yenyu paused. Yes. The geniuses of the 3 sects had paid a big price to kill the towering tree demon. The Pure Moon spiritual sect had lost the most and had lost 3 True Lord ranks including Yuluo. At this point in time, the situation became even worse. Zhao Feng had trapped many geniuses of the 3 sects and all of them were in danger of dying at any moment. Everyone from the Moon Demon Palace. Retreat. Zhuangwan looked deeply at the blue-haired youth and finally gave the order. Soon. The geniuses of the Moon Demon Palace retreated and tried to take away those that were trapped in the Illusion City maze. Zhao Feng closed one eye to these retreating geniuses and focused on those from the Pure Moon spiritual sect. Everyone from the Black Cliff Palace, retreat. Qi Gui had woken up and gave the order after Zhuangwan. He specialized in eye bloodlines and knew how terrifying Zhao Feng's current state was. The power of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was immeasurable. At least, Qi Gui had never seen anything more monstrous than this. Maybe only the eye bloodlines of the 8 great god eyes could suppress Zhao Feng. Secondly, Zhao Feng's cultivation had surpassed normal early-stage True Lord ranks and with the support of the Wood Spirit Essence Soul, his soul's power was endless. In a one-on-one situation, apart from Yi Yenyu and Zhuangwan, no one else would be able to block 1 or 2 glances from Zhao Feng. Retreat. Yi Yenyu gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger and unwillingness in her heart. Maybe if the 3 sects used all their strength, they could kill Zhao Feng and even the towering tree demon. However, how big of a price would they have to pay and how many would survive? The price and rewards weren't proportional. Because of this, Zhuangwan gave up for the big picture. After all, the enmity between the Moon Demon Palace and Zhao Feng wasn't big. Sister Yi. Are we just going to? Li Hong's heart was filled with unwillingness. I want to kill him 10 times more than you do, but how many more people from the Pure Moon spiritual sect have to die to take revenge for you, Luo and company? Yi Yanyu shook her head bitterly. When Zhuangwan gave up, she knew that there was no chance of killing Zhao Feng. Only by teaming up with Zhuangwan would they have a 50 to 60% chance of killing Zhao Feng. Unless brother Lu Tianyi came and had the ability to kill Zhao Feng alone. Ha ha ha. These humans have all retreated. The towering tree demon let out a long roar. The joy in its heart was indescribable. The geniuses of the 3 sects had all retreated, leaving behind 10 to 20 corpses. At this point in time, of the 10 true lord ranks, only 6 remained. Before leaving, Zhao Feng had used the Eye of Illusion and left behind a true lord rank in the maze. The expressions of the geniuses of the 3 sects were dim like eggplants. Almost half of the 10 true lord ranks were lost. The hearts of the geniuses went cold just thinking about it. Zhao Feng sent off the geniuses of the 3 sects with his eyes and said, "Brother Tree Demon, don't relax. Hit them when they're down." Okay. The towering tree demon believed in Zhao Feng's strength. It also understood that the 3 sects might come back even if they retreated. It was best if they could deal a heavy blow to the enemy. These people have already retreated 5 to 6 miles away from my roots. How are you going to deal with them? The towering tree demon asked curiously. There's one move I can try. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. With the wood spirit essence soul as his shield, Zhao Feng decided to try that move. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and merge his mental energy, and focus into one, becoming one with nature. His every action seemed to be in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. This was something he had learned from Xian Wuhan, and now that his cultivation was higher, he felt that this intent had probably surpassed the limits of the true lord rank. At the same time, Zhao Feng's left eye's aura started to condense. Suddenly, an ancient and unfathomably terrifying aura began to radiate from Zhao Feng's body. In that instant, the towering tree demon trembled uneasily. This aura comes from the ancient races. Could it be from the 10,000 ancient races? Impossible. The towering tree demon felt the power of the wood spirit essence soul enter Zhao Feng uncontrollably. Hee, so that's how it is. The mysterious youth exuding a primordial aura on the tree branch suddenly smiled. Immediately following that, the towering tree demon felt as if the body had lost its consciousness and became motionless like a statue. Shwa! Zhao Feng's consciousness leapt out of the body and into the clouds. At the same time, the geniuses of the 3 sects retreated 5 to 6 miles away from the towering tree demon's attack range. The geniuses couldn't help but look back in the direction of the towering tree demon. Don't worry everyone. That brat wouldn't dare to chase even if he had 100 guts. That bastard's biggest reliance is the towering tree demon's protection. If he dares to chase, he'll be courting death. Some resentful voices came from the crowd. However, right at this moment, the geniuses present felt an uneasy pressure. In the darkness, there seemed to be an eye that was coldly overlooking their every move. The uneasiness and pressure grew stronger and stronger, like a prickling thorn in his back. Some of the geniuses with lower cultivations felt their bodies go cold, as if they had been stripped naked and thrown under the sun. Oh my God! That's... Several geniuses instinctively raised their heads and were stunned as if they had been petrified. More and more geniuses looked up into the sky and were stunned. Unknowingly when a translucent and jade blue eye of heaven appeared amidst the clouds in the sky. It seemed as if it was embedded in the heavens and the earth, and it was suffused with a deep blue luster as it looked down coldly. That eye is The hearts of Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan shook. The geniuses below the true Lord rank all felt suffocated. This pressure made their hearts tremble. It's that eye again. What kind of power does it have? Qi Gui took a deep breath. Although this was the second time he had faced the eye of heaven, the first time the eye didn't display much power. However, the aura from the eye shook Qi Gui's heart and he could only look up to it. His intuition told him that this eye definitely possessed unimaginable abilities. This was what Zhao Feng was trying to do. Chapter 432. The disciples of the three sects all raised their heads towards the sky and felt an indescribable mental energy pressure that made it hard to breathe. Amongst the clouds, the eye of heaven seemed to be on the same level as heaven and earth. It flashed with a dark blue light as it coldly looked down. This eye looks so familiar, could it be? Yi Yanyu and company looked towards the depths of the forest in disbelief. Many geniuses from the three sects realized that this eye was similar to Zhao Feng's left eye. Qi Gui of the Black Cliff Palace took a deep breath and was the first to recognize the origin of this eye. At this moment in time, the eye of heaven descended and looked down from above, bringing great pressure to the geniuses of the three sections. All of them felt uneasy and uneasy. Qi Gui, you seem to know something. What kind of ability does the existence of this eye have? Even someone as strong as Yi Yanyu felt uneasy. The level of intent displayed by the eye of heaven and the way it looked down from above was unfathomable and unfathomable. My knowledge is limited and I can only confirm that this eye can chase across space and use mental energy pressure. Before, Zhao Feng used this technique to extinguish my ghost eye dark light from 1 to 200 miles away. Wariness was written on Qi Gui's face. It was that time when Zhao Feng looked down from above and clashed with his eye bloodline for the first time. 1 to 200 miles away. Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan's expressions changed. Even sovereigns at the Origin Core realm wouldn't have the ability to cross such a long distance and attack. Then, what was the upper limit of Zhao Feng's eye? Zhao Feng was very clear on this answer. How far his God's spiritual eye could see was how far his eye could go. As his cultivation increased, Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye's range could be described as 1,000 miles. Now, Zhao Feng didn't have any sense suppression in the Purple Saint ruins and it wasn't hard for him to see 2,000 miles with one eye. Of course, the further he looked the more energy he used. Under normal situations, Zhao Feng wouldn't be so bored. This is the feeling. Zhao Feng's consciousness leaped into the clouds and looked down from above. That kind of height, that kind of posture, it was as if he was looking down on everything, ruling over everything in the world, and it made people excited. Of course. During this process, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power was rapidly depleted. Although it still consumes a lot of energy, it's clearly much less than the previous 2 times. Zhao Feng was a little surprised. Right now, he was using the space transference eye mainly because he wanted to use the wood spirit essence soul as a shield to explore a little. After analysis, Zhao Feng came to a conclusion. Firstly, the space transference eye would consume different amounts of energy depending on the distance. The greater the distance, the greater the consumption of eye bloodline power. On the contrary, right now, Zhao Feng was only able to travel 5 to 6 miles, which was less than 1/10 of what he did last time. There's another factor. If I were to apply pressure and attack while looking down from above, the consumption would be several times higher. Zhao Feng recalled the last time he crossed space to extinguish the ghost eye lamp. At this point in time, Zhao Feng's mental energy level was much higher than the last 2 times and he had the wood spirit essence soul as a shield, so he didn't have to worry too much. In the next 1 or 2 breaths, Zhao Feng carefully sensed this state. In the space transference eye state, he had a slight connection with his body, but he couldn't control his body. Zhao Feng also found that in this state, his soul and heaven and earth's compatibility had reached an unbelievable level, even exceeding his own cultivation. This was also why it was easier to enter the space transference I state when one's mental energy was one with heaven and earth. Apart from that, Zhao Feng's control of the god's spiritual eye was several times stronger than normal. This kind of control and compatibility with heaven and earth created an indescribable mental energy pressure. Even sovereigns would be moved. I wonder if I can use I bloodline techniques in this state. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Unknowingly, several breaths of time passed. The geniuses of the three sects felt uneasy and were full of wariness and fear towards the eye of heaven. The invisible pressure couldn't be dissipated. Zhao Feng, bastard. If you have the skills, then come out and fight. What kind of hero is hiding in the back and peeping? Li Hong's face darkened. That oppressive and uneasy feeling made him feel both fearful and annoyed. That's right. If you have the skills, then come out and fight. The geniuses of the three sects all agreed. A mocking and cold smile appeared on the eye of heaven's face. Ice Soul Shooting Line. A mysterious and cold voice sounded in the mental energy dimension. When in that huge eye, there seemed to be an ice abyss extending endlessly. It lit up with a transparent blue light and suddenly shot out a cold ray of light that was as thick as a fist. Chiu, the cold ray of light was half transparent and shot out at a speed that was hard to catch with spiritual sense. Watch out! Yi Yanyu instinctively exclaimed. In that instant, a cold yuan qi appeared in heaven and earth. The source of this disturbance came from the eye of heaven. The attack that was like a bolt of lightning pierced through heaven and earth and clashed with the ice and water yuan qi. At the same time, it gave off a noble aura. Boom! Li Hong didn't even have time to react before the cold ray of light pierced through his body and soul. He didn't expect the eye of heaven to be able to attack so directly and so quickly. Hiss! With Li Hong at the center, frost began to condense within a radius of half a kilometer, turning the area into a land of extreme cold. Li Hong's body stiffened as he stood rooted to the spot with his mouth wide open. Immediately after, his body froze bit by bit, like a lifelike ice sculpture. I didn't think that the eye of heaven could resonate with heaven and earth and increase the power of my eye bloodline. Zhao Feng's gaze stopped at the clouds. That attack just now consumed a lot of energy. It was several times more than the ice soul ray under normal circumstances. However, the effect was obvious. The eye of heaven's connection with heaven and earth was extremely strong. When Zhao Feng used the eye of ice soul, its power increased dramatically and caused the heaven-earth yuan qi to tremble. In that state, Zhao Feng's cultivation had even surpassed the true lord rank, so the power he released was abnormal. Human, my origin power is quickly fading. The towering tree Yao howled. There are gains and losses. Didn't I just finish off a late-stage true lord rank? Zhao Feng wasn't moved. Under normal situations, he wouldn't dare to do this. However, his mental energy level was even stronger than normal early-stage true lord ranks and he had the support of the wood spirit essence soul. This was a process. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye quickly absorbed the power of the wood spirit essence soul. When Zhao Feng's soul was nourished by the pure spiritual energy and absorbed the comprehension of the wood spirit essence soul. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng's soul was growing by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation was steadily increasing. Wood spirit essence soul. It lives up to its reputation. It's very beneficial for supremacies to comprehend the virtual god realm. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. His soul was stronger than ever and his mental energy level was comparable to the late-stage true lord rank. Near the ground, Brother Li Hong, the geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect exclaimed. They could only watch as the eye of heaven shot out a powerful beam of cold light that turned Li Hong into a popsicle and knocked him unconscious. Brother Li! Everyone called out and melted the ice but Li Hong still didn't react. His life aura hadn't completely disappeared, but his consciousness didn't react at all. The extreme chilling ice soul made his consciousness fall into eternal hibernation. Only a void god realm king has any hope of waking him up. Qi Gui couldn't help but take in a cold breath. No one present could survive Zhao Feng's attack. Li Hong, who was at the late-stage True Lord rank, was instantly killed. Even Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan only had a 50% chance of blocking it. Instantly. The geniuses of the three sects were shocked. Some of them even knelt on the ground and worshipped the eye of heaven in the sky. But don't worry, I can't use this too many times. Qi Gui's heart calmed down. He had lost most of his battle power and Zhao Feng wouldn't waste his energy on him. At this point in time, of the 6 True Lord ranks, only 4 still had battle power. Qi Gui and Li Hong didn't have any. Retreat. Retreat from this canyon. Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan glanced deeply at the eye of heaven before leading the geniuses of the three sects to retreat. Shua. The eye of heaven disappeared from the clouds. Hu Zhaofeng's consciousness returned to his body and he let out a long breath. The attack just then had lasted for several breaths and used 30 to 40% of his eye bloodline power. This was with the wood spirit essence soul's support and the distance wasn't far. Under normal situations, Zhao Feng wouldn't use it so easily. Human, I've used up almost a third of my wood spirit source. The towering tree Yao was half happy and half worried. It was happy that it had successfully forced back the geniuses of the three sects and weakened over half of the True Lord rank. It was worried that it had lost a lot. Almost a third of its wood spirit source was immeasurable. A part of it was absorbed by Zhao Feng while the rest was used. Right at this moment. Brother Zhao Feng. The ruins treasured palace is about to descend, but there's bad news. The first of the 10 True Lord ranks, Lu Tianyi, is quickly approaching. Zhao Yufei's voice sounded in his mind. Lu Tianyi. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. This person was the strongest genius of the three sects and apparently had reached the half-step origin core realm. Shua. Zhao Feng opened his god spiritual eye and saw a slightly fat youth approaching the mysterious canyon. The wind outside the mysterious canyon was enough to stop the footsteps of those at the True Lord rank. The youth lazily waved his hand. Hu boom. A golden palm shadow, with the power to kill gods and destroy ghosts, forcefully tore apart the strange wind at the periphery of the canyon and opened up a path. The wind outside the canyon is strong enough to rip apart a True Lord rank, but this person broke through it with one palm. Zhao Feng's heart shook. The youth's casual attack had created a whirlpool of heaven-earth yuan qi that surpassed the True Lord rank and reached the level that Zhao Feng could only achieve with the eye of heaven. Brother Lu. The disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect exclaimed. Lu Tianyi. The geniuses of the Black Cliff Palace and Moon Demon Palace were both wary and fearful. Chapter 433. Shua. Lu Tianyi's figure flickered a few times as he entered the canyon. His overwhelming aura resonated with the heaven-earth essence qi. Even the towering tree demon in the distance sensed it and knew that it was bad. Humans, looks like we can't escape this. The towering tree Yao's bitter voice sounded. Zhao Feng knew that Lu Tianyi's arrival gave the towering tree Yao a sense of danger. If the towering tree Yao was at its peak, it could still fight against Lu Tianyi. However, it had suffered a terrifying blow from the Void God's protection earlier, and a gap had been opened up, revealing its trunk. Furthermore, the towering tree Yao had used the wood spirit essence soul to take on the attacks of the three sections. This Lu Tianyi is indeed strong and has the ability to challenge sovereigns. He's already surpassed my limit. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. Before this, Zhao Feng had forced back the geniuses of the three sects and lost more than half of the 10 True Lord ranks. However, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was the powerful protection of the towering tree demon. The surroundings were originally a forbidden area. In a true one-on-one fight, Zhao Feng didn't have much confidence in facing Yi Yanyu and Zhuang Wan. After all, their battle power was comparable to the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion and could challenge normal half-step origin core realms. However, Lu Tiany's strength had reached an even higher level. Zhao Feng found through his god's spiritual eye that Lu Tiany's ability to communicate with heaven and earth was several times stronger than normal true lord ranks. It was as if he was in a whirlpool of heaven-earth yuan qi and could summon the power of heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. It was because of this. There was a weird wind outside the mysterious canyon and Lu Tiany could casually wave his hand and open a path. This was something neither Yi Yanyu nor Zhuang Wan could do. Brother Triyao, we don't have to fight an unbeatable enemy. The ruins' treasured palace is about to descend. You just need to support us and leave the rest to me. Zhao Feng's voice was still calm. At this moment, he also felt a sense of danger. If it weren't for the arrival of the relic treasured palace, Zhao Feng would have run far away long ago. Staying here would only lead to death. Facing Lu Tiany, the other true lord ranks and geniuses was no different than facing a sovereign. Asking Zhao Feng to challenge a venerable was no different from courting death. Humans. You've already brought me too many surprises. I hope it will be the same this time. The towering tree demon calmed down a bit and used the wood spirit essence soul to support Zhao Feng. At this moment, it no longer cared about consuming its source power. Even if it consumed all of its source power or was beaten back to its original form, it was still better than being erased from the world. At the same time, Lu Tiany entered the mysterious canyon and met up with the Pure Moon spiritual sect geniuses. Seeing the miserable state the geniuses of the three sects were in, Lu Tiany was shocked. What happened? Of the 10 true lord ranks, the second and third ranked Yi Yanyu were both here. The losses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect also made Lu Tiany furious. Of the three factions, the Pure Moon spiritual sect had lost the most. Yu Luo had died and Li Hong was almost dead. Apart from that, the other true lord ranks and true mystic rank geniuses had also died. Brother Lu. You've come at the right time. Our chances of killing that bastard will increase to 99%. Yi Yanyu was overjoyed. Lu Tiany was even more surprised. The usually calm Sister Ye's face was now filled with killing intent. Soon. Yi Yanyu told the truth to Lu Tiany. So there's such a thing. Hearing this, Lu Tiany was enraged. When had the core disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect been humiliated to such a degree? Don't worry, let me go and kill that bastard. The languid expression on Lu Tiany's face disappeared. His eyes were like the golden moons in the starry sky, and they even had traces of blood in them. It was like he was possessed by a killing god. Right at this moment, Lu Tiany suddenly sensed something and looked up into the sky. Shwa! At some point in time, a huge transparent blue eye had appeared in the sky. It seemed to be parallel to the heavens and earth, and it was coldly looking down at him. This is that bastard's eye bloodline. I've never seen it before. Lu Tiany jumped up in fright. At first glance, he thought it was a descendant of the god eye. If it was a true inheritor of one of the 8 great god eyes, even Lu Tiany's heart would go cold. At this moment, the eyes in the clouds coldly looked down, emitting an indescribable pressure and spiritual pressure. Apart from Lu Tiany, all the other true lord ranks felt pressured. After all, Zhao Feng had the support of the wood spirit essence soul. Furthermore, his mental energy level had already reached the late stages of the true lord rank. His intent isn't much different from mine, but I feel like I can't see through him. Lu Tiany stood where he was. The divine light in his eyes was like a long and narrow golden moon, exuding an aura of supremacy that looked down on the world. He didn't move at all, but he seemed to become the center of a whirlpool of heaven-earth yuan qi. Die for me. A golden moon wavy blade that was like a cicada's wing flashed out from Lu Qianni's palm and tore through the air. In a split second, it caused a piercingly cold wave of golden splendor to slash through the clouds and illuminate half the sky. At this point in time, the geniuses of the three sects all held their breaths and revealed shocked expressions. Lu Qianni's attack seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. It could easily destroy a small village. Even the Eye of Heaven's aura was suppressed. Shwa! The golden moon wavy blade carried with it a terrifying destructive power that enveloped the space where the Eye of Heaven was. Between the clouds in the sky, everything within 3 to 4 miles was drowned. Even the distant towering tree demon could feel the tremors. At the very least, the howling of the heaven and earth origin chi caused its branches and leaves to sway non-stop. After everything passed, the clouds in the sky were broken and the Eye of Heaven was perfectly fine. It had a mocking expression as it looked down at Lu Qianni. Lu Qianni, this eye is like a void. I'm afraid that any attack below the empty god realm will not be able to destroy it. The simplest method is to kill that bastard. Qi Gui's weak voice sounded. Although Lu Qianni's attack was strong, it was used in the wrong place. That move just now was no different from hitting the air. Unless one was an expert of the soul or had an eye bloodline that was comparable to Zhao Feng, it would be extremely hard to destroy the Eye of Heaven. Interesting. Lu Qianni wasn't too surprised. The Eye of Heaven gave him a feeling that it couldn't be seen through. As expected, normal methods wouldn't be able to destroy it. However, Lu Qianni wouldn't give up so easily. He then used a few more secret techniques to attack the Eye of Heaven. The nearby geniuses all felt their hearts shake. However, Lu Qianni's attempts all ended in failure. The Eye of Heaven could be seen with the naked eye and could even put pressure on them, but it was like nothing and couldn't be broken through. Preposterous. Lu Qianni couldn't stand being stared at by a pair of eyes from above. Senior brother Lu, you should hurry up and kill that thief. Zhao Feng hasn't retreated even after seeing you. I'm worried that something might have happened. Yi Yanyu felt uneasy. This was an instinct that came from her memories of interacting with Zhao Feng. Okay. I'll go kill that bastard. Lu Qianni nodded his head. He only listened to Yi Yanyu's words. This was because the two were both disciples of Void God Realm Kings and had similar statuses. Furthermore, in terms of talent, Yi Yanyu was younger and her future wouldn't be any lower than his. Shwa! Lu Qianni's figure flashed and he charged in the direction of the towering tree Yao. The geniuses of the three sects felt their vision blur and Lu Qianni had already crossed half a mile. Zhao Feng, who was looking down from the sky, jumped up in fright. Lu Qianni's speed was too fast. He only needed 10 steps or so to arrive. Eye of Ice Soul. The Eye of Heaven in the sky flashed with a cold blue light that landed on Lu Qianni. Lu Qianni was slightly surprised. He found that his movements had become slow. An icy cold power actually seeped into his soul and spread further. Furthermore, under the Eye of Heaven state, Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul was strengthened and resonated with the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. In that instant, the area around Lu Qianni was frozen by cold energy. This time, Zhao Feng didn't use the Ice Soul shooting line but the original Eye of Ice Soul. The Eye of Ice Soul expended a lot of energy but could slow down Lu Qianni's speed. Zhao Feng knew that even if he used the Ice Soul shooting line or the Lightning Fire God's Eye, he wouldn't be able to do much damage to Lu Qianni. This was because Lu Qianni's mental energy level was at the half-step origin core realm, which was higher than the peak True Lord rank and was close to the half-step origin core realm. No one can stop my footsteps. Lu Qianni proudly smiled, his steps steady. The surrounding Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi whistled with him as the center. With Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul in its current state, normal True Lord ranks would freeze and be unable to move. If this dragged on, they would end up like Li Hong. However, Lu Tianyi wasn't injured at all. The only effect was that his speed had decreased. His cultivation is much higher than mine and he also has a soul Dao treasure. Zhao Feng saw very clearly through the eye of heaven. It wasn't rare for geniuses like Lu Tianyi, Yi Yanyu and Zhuan Wan, to have one or two soul Dao treasures. Under normal situations, Zhao Feng wasn't willing to use his eye bloodline against someone with a high mental energy level and a soul Dao treasure. Only this way can I delay Lu Tianyi. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. At the same time, the towering tree Yao also sensed Zhao Feng's intentions and circulated the wood spirit essence soul into Zhao Feng's mental energy world. Under the eye of heaven state, Zhao Feng quickly absorbed the power of the wood spirit essence soul. Some of it was used, some was absorbed and stored in the god spiritual eye. Lu Tianyi found that his thoughts seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar and became abnormally slow. The power from the eye of ice soul became stronger and stronger. The pressure from the eye of heaven became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Zhao Feng received the towering tree Yao's help and absorbed the power of the wood spirit essence soul. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng's soul had become stronger than normal peak true lord ranks. In terms of soul strength, Zhao Feng and Lu Tianyi weren't far apart. Of course, in terms of mental energy level, Zhao Feng was still at the late stages of the true lord rank. All of this was due to the towering tree Yao's greatest treasure, the wood spirit essence soul. Even primal core realm venerables would benefit greatly from the wood spirit essence soul, helping them comprehend the void god realm. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had used more than a third of the wood spirit essence soul from beginning to end. Chapter 434. Purple Saint Ruins. In the depths of the mysterious canyon, Zhao Feng was like a shell without a soul. His face was blank and expressionless, and his dreamy blue hair danced in the wind under a terrifying pressure. Next to him, a 20-yard-tall silver blood ghost had a gruesome expression and fangs. Its aura was comparable to the early-stage True Lord rank and it was like a loyal death guard. However, at this point in time, this True Lord rank silver blood ghost corpse trembled in fear and uneasiness. Even the towering tree demon that was protecting them let out a sorrowful sigh under the powerful aura that seemed to be able to shatter mountains and split the earth. It felt a sense of despair. Several miles away, Lu Tianyi's slightly chubby and lazy figure closed in step by step. Every movement of his caused the chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred li to whistle with him as the center. The powerful pressure of the wind formed all sorts of natural phenomena, the roar of the wind, the roar of lightning, the crisscrossing of light and darkness. Every step he took him half a mile away. Lu Tianyi suddenly became the center of a whirlpool of heaven-earth yuan qi. This level of cultivation far surpassed normal True Lord ranks. The hearts of the disciples of the three sects including the True Lord ranks shook. With Brother Lu here, even if the towering tree Yao is at its peak, it won't be able to block our attacks. The geniuses of the Pure Moon spiritual sect nodded their heads with pride and expectation. Yi Yanyu stood in the crowd and murmured, with Brother Lu here, even the towering tree Yao won't be able to protect Zhao Feng. There should be no more suspense. In terms of strength, Brother Lu should be on par with the towering tree Yao. But now, the towering tree Yao was heavily injured and its strength was less than half of its peak. Thinking up to here, Yi Yanyu couldn't help but look into the sky. In the clouds, a large transparent eye seemed to be on par with heaven and earth as it looked down coldly. The existence of the eye of heaven made the disciples of the three sects feel pressured and uneasy. It was like a shadow that couldn't be erased. Even the True Lord ranks felt suffocated when facing the eye of heaven and couldn't resist it in terms of mental energy. For some reason, as long as it existed, Yi Yanyu's heart couldn't truly calm down. All of a sudden, Lu Tianyi's footsteps slowed down. The mental energy pressure from the eye of heaven and the cold aura of ice soul jumped to a whole new level. The disciples of the three sects shivered. Once their gazes met the eye of heaven, the coldness would seep into their souls. Everyone, be careful. Don't look at that eye. Chi Gui's heart trembled as he exclaimed softly. At this moment, the eye of heaven had risen to a higher level, and its eye bloodline techniques were something that he could only look up to. The person who was truly affected by the eye of heaven was Lu Tianyi. The geniuses of the other three sects were only affected by the shockwave, and they were a few miles away. However, even normal true Lord ranks didn't dare to look directly at the eye of heaven. Separated by the dense forest and ancient trees, the three sects' disciples' senses were limited in the ruins. They couldn't even see Zhao Feng. The only thing that everyone could touch was the eye of heaven. This Zhao Feng hid behind the scenes and didn't come out, but he can use such methods to fight with us. Chi Gui took a deep breath. Luckily, Zhao Feng's target wasn't them, but Lu Tianyi. At this moment, Zhao Feng's soul power was stronger than normal peak True Lord ranks. At this critical moment, the towering tree Yao used the wood spirit essence soul to support him. Under the eye of heaven state, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye quickly absorbed the power of the wood spirit essence soul, and it was extremely effective in raising his soul level. Brat! Don't let me get close to you. Lu Tianyi's voice was sharp and his eyes were like the golden moon in the night, flashing with killing intent that could pierce through one's heart. However, his thoughts and even his body seemed to fall into a freezing pond and became unusually slow. His every movement, even his every thought, required several times more time than usual. What made Lu Tianyi the most aggrieved was that he didn't even get to see his opponent's face despite his almost invincible battle prowess. Fighting across space was the eye of heaven's specialty. Wherever the god's spiritual eye could see, his consciousness would be able to cross space and use the corresponding eye bloodline techniques. The legendary method of taking the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away had become reality for Zhao Feng. Furthermore, the god's spiritual eye's eye bloodline techniques were endless and hard to defend against. Behind him, the disciples of the three sects were shocked as they watched Lu Tianyi slowly approach the towering tree demon. This was a battle of strength. Every inch Lu Tianyi got closer meant that he was one step closer to victory. If Lu Tianyi gets close, I won't have much ability to fight back. Zhao Feng's consciousness looked down from the clouds and grasped the situation. Due to various factors, his mental energy had barely reached a level where he could fight against Lu Tianyi. However, in terms of true battle power, Lu Tianyi had the ability to challenge those at the origin core realm. At least the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion and the Grand Elder of the Imperials weren't his match. Once Lu Tianyi got close, Zhao Feng would be in danger. Luckily, Zhao Feng's goal wasn't to fight against Lu Tianyi and the other three sections. It was already a miracle that he had fought against hundreds of geniuses of the three sects by himself and had even forced back the geniuses of the three sects and defeated the 10 true Lord ranks. Go! Zhao Feng's consciousness commanded the blood-silver corpse next to him. Even though he tried so hard, he could only use his eye of ice soul to slow Lu Tianyi's approach. So, when Lu Tianyi was 1 to 200 yards away from the towering tree Yao, the true Lord rank blood-silver corpse leapt out. Damn it! This brat! Chi Gui's expression was slightly ugly. This blood-silver corpse was a powerful corpse guard that he had trained for many years not long ago. Seeing the true Lord rank blood-silver corpse charge over, Lu Tianyi's eyes faintly glanced over and didn't even put it in his eyes. Although he was restricted by the eye of ice soul, normal true Lord ranks could be killed with a flick of his finger. Eye of illusion. The eye of heaven in the clouds suddenly released a powerful and obscure mental energy wave that penetrated into the void. LV Tianyi felt as if the eye of heaven extended into a boundless abyss, as if it could reach the other side of the world. Shwa! Lu Tianyi's mind shook, and he found himself in a boundless domain of ice and snow. The chill was dense, and he felt unprecedentedly helpless. The place where he stood suddenly formed a prison of ice and lightning, trapping him firmly. Lightning chains bound Lu Tianyi tightly, causing his body to convulse and tremble uncontrollably. "You're that Zhao Feng." Lu Tianyi's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at the blue-haired youth in front of him. This was the first time he had seen the opponent's figure, and it was only a blurry mental energy image. Lu Tianyi didn't know if Zhao Feng did it on purpose or not, but he couldn't see the opponent's appearance. This meant that Lu Tianyi still hadn't seen the real Zhao Feng, and the opponent didn't even need to meet him face to face. Thinking up to here, Lu Tianyi felt how terrifying this person was. No wonder he could force back the disciples of the 3 sects and the 10 true lord ranks. Break! Lu Tianyi's cold, golden moon-like eyes shone with an unparalleled will and sharpness. His powerful will directly broke through the bindings of the Eye of Illusion. What a strong mental energy intent! He's broken through my Eye of Illusion. Zhao Feng was extremely moved as he looked down from the clouds. Zhao Feng had only felt such mental energy intent from Yu Tianhao. Although Lu Tianyi's mental energy intent wasn't as unique as Yu Tianhao's and was even connected to his bloodline, Lu Tianyi's mental energy level and cultivation was much higher. At the same time, the blood-silver corpse leapt towards Lu Tianyi and attacked. Ice Soul Shooting Line. The Eye of Heaven in the clouds shot out a beam of cold light that struck Lu Tianyi. When Lu Tianyi's figure faintly shook as a powerful ice soul power pierced through his body and froze his soul. Under the Eye of Heaven state, Zhao Feng's cultivation was extremely high and all his eye bloodline techniques were strengthened to the extreme. Because of the towering Tree Yao's support, Zhao Feng was able to last until now and keep attacking. Attack! Zhao Feng's heart jumped. This was a good chance to order the blood-silver corpse to attack Lu Tianyi. At this moment in time, Lu Tianyi was struck by the ice soul ray, and his body and mind froze. He was incomparably stiff and cold, and had yet to recover from his daze. Shoo! The blood-silver corpse opened its mouth and used its sharp claws to bite Lu Tianyi. Boom! Lu Tianyi's faint golden light of true spirit suddenly flashed and sent the blood-silver corpse flying. Crack! One of the blood-silver corpse's arms was instantly broken and its body was almost split in half. How is this possible? It can't even break through the light of true spirit. Zhao Feng's heart clenched. Lu Tianyi's consciousness was first restricted by the Eye of Illusion and then attacked by the Ice Soul Shooting Line. This gap was taken by the blood-silver corpse. All of this was made possible by Zhao Feng. However, he didn't think that the blood-silver corpse couldn't even break through Lu Tianyi's light of true spirit and had almost been shattered. From this one could see that Lu Tianyi's battle power had touched the origin core realm. No wonder he was able to escape from a sovereign realm beast. Destroy! Lu Tianyi waved his palm, and the blood-silver zombie that had been sent flying was blasted into ashes by the cold golden moonlight that had appeared out of nowhere. Boom! The blood-silver corpse at the true lord rank was turned to dust and a powerful wave of air swept across a mile or two and even hit Zhao Feng's body on the towering Tree Yao. This bastard! He's using my ghost corpse as cannon fodder. Qi Gui gritted his teeth in anger. Shwa! Zhao Feng's consciousness returned to his body and his face was weak as he swayed in the wind. If it wasn't for the towering Tree Yao blocking most of the power, Zhao Feng would have had a hard time dealing with it. Zhao Feng's face was expressionless after losing a true lord rank blood-silver corpse. Tsang! Tsang! 2 dark silver ghost corpses appeared next to Zhao Feng. Not only that. With a thought, a young giant scorpion appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a baby's palm, and its body was mottled with spots. However, it had a pair of dark red and ice-cold eyes. Chapter 435. This impure scorpion was the one that Zhao Feng had found in the cave. This scorpion's bloodline had not only inherited the ancient giant scorpion, it was also a mutated species with immeasurable potential. Although this mutated scorpion's strength can't threaten those at the true spirit realm, it has inherited the ancient giant scorpion's poison and even mutated. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. In theory, the scorpion's poison could kill those at the true spirit realm, but the prerequisite was that it could pierce through their skin. The scorpion also had another advantage, and that was its small size, making it easy to ignore. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely raise this scorpion with a mutated bloodline. In the future, it would become his right hand and its status would only be below the little thieving cat. Even if Zhao Feng didn't have the ability to raise it himself, he could sell it for a high price at the Rising Dragon auction. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Feng had to make a choice. In order to stall Lu Tianyi and gain more time, he had already lost a true Lord rank Silver Blood Ghost. The loss of the Silver Blood Ghost gave Zhao Feng a better understanding of Lu Tianyi's battle power. And now, if Zhao Feng wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to sacrifice the two dark silver ghost corpses and the youngling scorpion. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate much towards this. This was because the benefits he had gained from the towering tree Yao far exceeded his losses. The wood spirit essence soul had strengthened Zhao Feng's soul to the limit, surpassing the peak true lord rank. This greatly increased the power of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Under the origin core realm, most true lord ranks wouldn't be able to block Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Furthermore, this was just the short-term benefit of the wood spirit essence soul. There were still more comprehensions of life within the wood spirit essence soul that were stored by the god's spiritual eye. With this, if Zhao Feng wanted to break through to the origin core realm in the future, his chances of success would be more than 10 times higher than normal true lord ranks. Compared to that, losing 1 or 2 true lord rank ghost corpses or a youngling scorpion was nothing. Zhao Feng's eyes were calm, and he made a decisive decision. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat suddenly appeared on his shoulder and jumped up. Its body was only a bit bigger than the youngling scorpion. You want to make a move? Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat communicated telepathically. At this time, Lu Tianyi had returned to normal and was approaching the towering tree demon. He waved a single palm and a dazzling golden palm silhouette broke some branches and leaves with a cracking sound. Puff! Puff! The towering tree demon waved its branches and launched a frenzied counterattack, stopping Lu Tianyi from advancing. Lu Tianyi's target was not the tree demon, but Zhao Feng, who was in the depths of the leaves. Of the 10 true lord ranks, probably only Lu Tianyi had the confidence to charge into the tree Yao's territory alone and kill Zhao Feng. Human, I'm afraid I can't stop him for more than a few breaths of time. The towering tree demon's weak voice sounded. Due to losing a large amount of wood spirit essence soul, its battle power was only half of its peak and couldn't stop Lu Tianyi. Eye of Ice Soul. Zhao Feng's consciousness once again disappeared from his body. In the horizon, an enormous translucent blue eye appeared, and it looked down from high up in the sky. A wisp of dark blue cold light suffused it as it locked onto Lu Tianyi. Hiss! Lu Tianyi's figure stopped as his mind, consciousness, and even his body seemed to have been frozen, and he seemed to be extremely stiff and slow. Meow meow. The little thieving cat disappeared from Zhao Feng's shoulder. Shwa shwa. The inconspicuous young scorpion also disappeared along with it. The 2 dark silver ghost corpses stood on the left and right of Zhao Feng and didn't attack. Little thieving cat, it's all up to you now. Zhao Feng looked down from the sky and locked onto Lu Tianyi with his Eye of Ice Soul. Under the state of the Eye of Heaven, the Eye of Ice Soul could merge with heaven and earth. Even someone as strong as Lu Tianyi's speed and movements were greatly reduced. What made Zhao Feng happy was that the little thieving cat could not only turn invisible, it could also turn invisible with the youngling scorpion. Zhao Feng had the Yin Shadow Cloak, an inheritance treasure, so he could also turn invisible, but it was only limited to himself. He couldn't turn invisible with others. From this, one could see that the little thieving cat's abilities had increased as it grew. Zhao Feng was looking forward to what method the little thieving cat would use to reduce his losses and slow down Lu Qianni's footsteps. From the current situation, it was almost impossible to kill Lu Qianni. From start to finish, Zhao Feng used the word delay to slow down Lu Qianni's approach. Through the eye of heaven, Zhao Feng could faintly see the little thieving cat and the youngling scorpion's movements. No one under the origin core realm will be able to sense the little thieving cat getting close. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. It could be said that the little thieving cat was a natural thief and a natural assassin. Probably only Zhao Feng who had the god spiritual eye could counter the little thieving cat's talent. Even when the little thieving cat was 20 yards away from Lu Qianni, the latter didn't sense it. At this moment, Zhao Feng's heart tensed. 20 yards, 15 yards, 10 yards. The little thieving cat and the youngling scorpion slowly approached Lu Qianni. When the little thieving cat was 50 yards away, Lu Qianni suddenly exclaimed as if he sensed something. His cultivation was after all at the half-step origin core realm, which exceeded the 3 heavens of the true spirit realm. Even if he was locked on by the eye of ice soul, he would still sense it. Lu Qianni's expression and actions obviously didn't escape Zhao Feng's notice. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He knew how terrifying Lu Qianni was. Even his light of true spirit could kill weaker true lord ranks. At this moment, as long as Lu Qianni released his chi of true spirit, he could instantly kill the little thieving cat and youngling scorpion. The little thieving cat's battle power was at most close to the true lord rank and its strength mainly came from its talent and abilities. So, the little thieving cat and youngling scorpion suddenly revealed themselves and quickly closed in on Lu Qianni. 50 yards, 40 yards, 30 yards, the little thieving cat quickly closed in. The youngling scorpion's speed obviously wasn't as fast as the little thieving cat, but it wasn't a problem for the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat used the mystic snake blood whip to wrap around the youngling scorpion and quickly closed in on Lu Qianni. A distance of 40 yards was less than half a breath's time for the little thieving cat. Facing the little thieving cat, Lu Qianni couldn't dodge or defend because he was restricted by the eye of ice soul. Humph. You've come to die again. Lu Qianni's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't even think about dodging. Although his speed was restricted, his light of true spirit was still there. Once the little thieving cat and youngling scorpion got close, Lu Qianni could shatter them into pieces with just his light of true spirit. Little thieving cat, with your strength, you won't be able to break through Lu Qianni's defense. You should be clear about this. Zhao Feng's eyes were in the clouds and he controlled the situation. Qiu, the little thieving cat brought the youngling scorpion close to Lu Qianni. Die. Lu Qianni was prepared and had even released his light of true spirit. A wave of golden light swept across a radius of dozens of yards and was enough to kill normal true lord ranks. Zhao Feng's heart was in his throat. His god spiritual eye's judgment of the enemy's strength was extremely accurate. The little thieving cat and youngling scorpion had no way of fighting back in front of Lu Qianni. Putting them aside, even Zhao Feng would be instantly killed if Lu Qianni got close. Boom! The golden light from Lu Qianni's body turned the nearby towering tree Yao's leaves into dust. From a glance, the area around Lu Qianni seemed to have evaporated. At the same time, the towering tree Yao gave a weak roar. Little thieving cat! Yi Yanyu who was watching from the back couldn't help but exclaim with an ugly expression. She had a special feeling towards the little thieving cat even though it and Zhao Feng had once worked together to scheme against her. Now that the little thieving cat was killed, Yi Yanyu couldn't bear to see it die. Zhao Feng, you bastard! How could you be so cruel to send the little thieving cat to its death? Yi Yanyu bit her teeth and looked at the eye of heaven in the clouds. The eye of heaven was basically the same as Zhao Feng's left eye in terms of appearance. It was like an enlarged version. At this moment, The eye of heaven had a cold expression and didn't have any emotions. It was as if the death of the little thieving cat and youngling scorpion didn't affect Zhao Feng at all. The eye of heaven radiated a soul-chilling power and locked onto Lu Qianni. Ha ha ha. How much more cannon fodder do you have? Send them all over. Lu Qianni laughed. Although his speed was limited, he was still closing in on Zhao Feng. Faintly, Lu Qianni saw the figure of a blue-haired youth standing amongst the leaves. He was like a soulless shell that didn't move. Next to the blue-haired youth were two dark silver ghost corpses. Lu Qianni's lips curled into a cruel smile. Brother Zhao Feng, the ruins' treasured palace will descend in 3 breaths. A gentle female voice appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Good, everything's ready. Zhao Feng nodded his head and let out a breath. From this moment onwards, he only needed to count to 3 for the ruins' treasured palace to descend and Zhao Feng's mission would be completed. However, Lu Qianni would definitely be able to get close to Zhao Feng in 3 breaths. Zhao Feng estimated that under normal circumstances, even if he could make it through, the remaining 2 dark silver ghost corpses wouldn't be able to escape. Zhao Feng, no matter how cold and calculating you are, you won't be able to escape death. Yi Yenyu's face was filled with hatred and killing intent. She stared at the sky. The eye in the clouds was calm and didn't show any signs of panic. There was even a hint of mockery in the eye of heaven. Little thieving cat, you're indeed smart. A voice sounded in the mental energy world. In the next instant. Meow meow. A silver-gray cat the size of a palm appeared in front of Lu Qianni. What? How was this possible? The geniuses of the 3 sects were dazed and their eyes went wide. Immediately after. So. A youngling scorpion, the size of a baby's palm was whipped by the little thieving cat and with a so, it entered Lu Qianni's laughing mouth. Chapter 436. Wu. The smile on Lu Qianni's face froze and his mouth was wide open as if he was choking on something. The geniuses of the 3 sects were left dumbfounded on the spot. Their faces were filled with utter shock, unable to believe what they had just seen. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved its mystic snake blood whip and instantly pulled 20 yards away from Lu Qianni. How is this possible? How can a measly little thieving cat survive Lu Qianni's chi of true spirit? Even those at the true lord rank would die in that situation. How could the little thieving cat and youngling scorpion disappear and then reappear? The geniuses present couldn't believe their eyes. The little thieving cat and youngling scorpion had disappeared in Lu Qianni's chi of true spirit, but the next instant, the 2 reappeared. What was even more shocking was that the little thieving cat had thrown the youngling scorpion into Lu Qianni's mouth. The youngling scorpion had inherited the bloodline of the ancient scorpion and had a mutated nature. In theory, its poison could kill most experts at the true spirit realm. However, the situation was worse than imagined. If the youngling scorpion had only scratched the surface of Lu Qianni's body, the poison would need a short period of time to enter his body. However, the youngling scorpion had directly entered Lu Qianni's body. If the poison was activated in his body, its power would increase by several times and there would be no need for a process. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the youngling scorpion's poison was still weaker than a true ancient scorpion's. On the other hand, Lu Qianni was half a step into the origin core realm and could even resist the poison of a true ancient scorpion. However, the position where the youngling scorpion entered Lu Qianni was extremely special. Wu, cough cough, Lu Qianni's hand grabbed his throat and his face was filled with pain. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his face alternated between green and purple. Damn it! The youngling scorpions stuck in Brother Lu's throat. The disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect exclaimed. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the geniuses of the 3 sects changed dramatically. Whether it was an expert at the true spirit realm or the origin core realm, the throat and heart were all vital points. Once the heart and throat were injured, even a true lord rank wouldn't be able to escape death. That young giant scorpion was actually stuck in Lu Tiany's throat. The situation was terrible. When the poison flared up in the throat, its power was more than 10 times more terrifying than when it flared up on the surface of the body. Brother Lu. Yi Yenyu's pretty face paled, and with a swoosh, she transformed into a ray of moonlight that was hard to discern with the naked eye and flew over to rescue Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany's figure was on the verge of collapsing in midair. His face was ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. Die, for me, he forcefully circulated his chi of true spirit and sent a palm towards the little thieving cat. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat seemed to be prepared and disappeared. Amidst the clouds, there was a hint of mockery in the cold expression of the huge blue eyes. Ice Soul Ray. The eye of heaven shot out a vast and frighteningly cold ray of light. With a boom, it pierced through Lu Tiany's body and soul. Whoosh! Using this chance, the little thieving cat flashed into the leaves of the tree Yao. Well done. Zhao Feng's consciousness returned to his body and smiled faintly with a pale face. The little thieving cat's performance just then could be said to be stunning, forcing Lu Tiany into a life-and-death situation. At this moment, Lu Tiany's poison flared up and his body spasmed. Brother Lu. Yi Yenyu was the first to arrive and support Lu Tiany. After that, Zhuang Wan and the other true lord ranks arrived and surrounded Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany didn't even last 2 or 3 breaths before fainting. After Li Hong, the second true lord rank of the Pure Moon spiritual sect had fainted, and it was the strongest of the 10 true lord ranks, Lu Tiany. And the instigator of all of this was the blue-haired outsider. Zhao Feng. You've killed so many people from the same sect. Yu Luo is dead, Brother Li and Brother Lu are both dead. The Pure Moon spiritual sect won't let you go. Yi Yenyu clenched her teeth and her lips started to bleed. Her face was twisted under the cold killing intent. However, Yi Yenyu maintained her rationality and didn't let Zhao Feng's mysterious eye bloodline attack take advantage of her. In reality, at this point in the battle, Zhao Feng's soul power had almost been used up and he didn't dare to use too much of his eye bloodline. The eye of heaven in the clouds had already retracted. Human, your performance has surprised me. Although I've lost almost half of my wood spirit essence soul, it's my fortune to be able to escape this. The towering tree Yao seemed to be relieved. After a fierce battle, Zhao Feng and the towering tree Yao finally won. Right at this moment, when a weird vibration came from the towering tree Yao's head and the air started to tremble. Soon after, a layer of strange illusory purple mist surrounded the top of the towering tree demon and slowly condensed at the gap. The melodious music was dreamy and illusory, echoing in the void for a long time. In just a few breaths, the dreamy purple mist started to condense and one could faintly see a purple palace that gave off a multicolored glow. That's... The hearts of the geniuses from the 3 sects shook as they stared at the purple palace that was slowly forming. Ruin's treasured palace. That's the inheritance ground of the Purple Knight Sacred Lord, the Purple Saint treasured palace. The geniuses from the 3 sects revealed expressions of joy. When the purple palace descended in the dreamy mist and was right at the gap of the towering tree Yao. At the same time, a devilish blue-haired youth stood in front of the gap in the leaves, right in front of the Purple Saint treasured palace. There must be a plan behind this. When the geniuses of the 3 sects saw this, their hearts were filled with shock. They felt like vomiting blood because of the absurdity of the situation. This scene gave everyone the feeling that Zhao Feng had been waiting here for a long time and the Purple Saint treasured palace just happened to appear in front of him. Everyone, we'll meet again. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a wicked and cold smile. His body flickered as he pierced through the dreamy mist and vanished. The time it takes for the Purple Saint treasured palace to descend is extremely short. Everyone, hurry up. Zhuangwan was the first to fly into the dreamy mist. In reality, the ruins treasured palace's descent was to protect the towering tree Yao, and it wouldn't leave. The geniuses from the three sects didn't have the mood to attack the towering tree Yao when they saw the arrival of the Purple Saint treasured palace. So the geniuses of the three sects used their fastest speed to enter the Purple Saint treasured palace. Zhao Feng has been standing guard here to stall for time. He seems to know when the Purple Saint treasured palace will descend. Yi Yenyu's eyes twinkled and she had a guess. The descent of the Purple Saint treasured palace this time was different. The palace was right at the gap of the towering tree Yao. Send Brother Lu and Brother Li back to the outside world and tell the elders of the sect about this before we enter the Purple Saint ruins. Yi Yenyu ordered. The geniuses of the three sects all had their own inheritance tokens. As long as they crushed the token, they would be able to return to the outside world. Soon. The Pure Moon spiritual sect sent 2 geniuses to escort Lu Tianyi and Li Hong away. Crack. Crack. Lu Tianyi and Li Hong's inheritance tokens were crushed and the two were engulfed by a silver whirlpool, disappearing from the Purple Saint ruins. There's a Void God Realm King outside. Brother Lu and Brother Li might still be saved. Yi Yenyu finished all this before entering the ruins' treasured palace. In order to protect the towering tree Yao, the geniuses of the three sects were allowed to enter the ruins' treasured palace. The geniuses all entered the Purple Saint ruins. This was probably the first time something like this had happened in the past 10,000 years. Inside a beautiful and exquisite palace. Shua. 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 Figures appeared one after another. They were the geniuses of the three sections. The geniuses that entered the Purple Saint treasured palace came from the Pure Moon spiritual sect, Moon Demon Palace and Black Cliff Palace. That brat's right in front. A disciple from the Black Cliff Palace's expression changed as he looked at a blue-haired youth at the eastern exit. On the shoulder of the blue-haired youth was a cat the size of a palm that smiled at the geniuses of the three sections. This human and cat were obviously Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat that had entered the Purple Saint treasured palace. That youngling scorpion isn't dead yet? Zhao Feng exclaimed. He had signed a blood pact with the youngling scorpion, so if the youngling scorpion died, Zhao Feng, as its owner, would feel it. In order to deal with Lu Tianyi, Zhao Feng was prepared to give up on the youngling scorpion. Zhao Feng originally thought that the youngling scorpion wouldn't be able to escape death. But right at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly found that his connection with the youngling scorpion had weakened. This was the moment when Lu Tianyi and Li Hong left the Purple Saint ruins. Zhao Feng thought for a while and guessed. At this moment, the geniuses of the three sects entered the Purple Saint ruins and many of them saw Zhao Feng. However, the geniuses of the three sects such as Zhuangwan, Qi Gui and company were full of wariness as they looked at Zhao Feng not far away. Although they had the numbers advantage, they were wary of Zhao Feng who hadn't even reached the true lord rank and didn't dare to make a move. Zhao Feng stood still and didn't bother with the geniuses of the three sections. A voice sounded in his mind, Zhao Feng, I'll give you the map of the ruins' treasured palace. There's the way to open all the passages and arrays. The owner of this voice was the Purple Saint partial spirit. Shua. A diagram of a large palace soon appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. There were some entrances and arrays marked on it. The entire ruins treasured palace is split into 3 floors. The first level was the Myriad Treasure Hall. It contained some of the inheritance techniques that the Purple Knight Saint Lord had collected when she was alive. It involved astronomy, geography, divination, medicine, cultivation techniques, and so on. In terms of scale, it was comparable to ordinary inheritances. The second floor was the Legend Treasure Palace. Every supreme art, divine weapon, or treasure represented a legend. The third floor is the Purple Knight treasured palace and contains the Purple Knight Saint Lord's own inheritance. Yu Fei is there. Zhao Feng used his god's spiritual eye to copy the map and a lot of information appeared. His senses weren't suppressed in the Purple Saint ruins and his god's spiritual eye could see through anything. Now that he had the map and arrays of the Purple Saint treasured palace. Chapter 437. In the limitless ocean, at the peak of a mountain. The three indescribable, mighty forces, were like three balls of divine light, controlling the world, suppressing this part of the world, and forcing the gods and demons to flee. The golden skeleton radiating an aura of death, the moon-robed female, and the demonic Tao King surrounded by black mist. As the three void god realm kings stood, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi nearby seemed to freeze, and a pressure that came from the soul suppressed the thoughts of all beings within 1,000 miles. Time passed. In front of the mountain peak, the scene of the gigantic scryer projection played out bit by bit, reversing and changing. The three void god realm kings and the other experts all stared at the scene within one of the mysterious canyons. Slowly, the expressions of the three void god realm kings became solemn. When the eye of heaven appeared for the first time, the expressions of the three kings changed. In the end, Lu Tianyi appeared and attacked in a domineering manner. Many experts on the mountain peak cheered and applauded. However, the eye of heaven's battle, the little thieving cat's miraculous actions, and Lu Tianyi's unknown fate made the atmosphere fall once more. That little thieving cat has the ability to travel through space. If my guess is correct, the cat entered Lu Tianyi's interspatial ring. The golden skeleton and the demonic Tao King looked at each other with surprise. After all, these two were void god realm kings and were able to guess from just a blurry scene. Lu Tianyi had been poisoned and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The moon-robed female's eyebrows furrowed in worry. Although Lu Tianyi wasn't the moon-robed female's disciple, with his talent and potential, he was definitely one of the core disciples of the Pure Moon spiritual sect. If they lost such a genius, it would be a great loss for the Pure Moon spiritual sect. The golden skeleton and the demonic Tao male were surprised, but they were actually gloating. The Pure Moon spiritual sect had lost several true lord ranks in the mysterious canyon. Comparatively speaking, the Moon Demon Palace and Black Cliff Palace's losses were smaller. At the end of the scene, it suddenly became blurry, flickering and distorting. Ruins treasured palace. Some of the experts and mighty figures at the scene suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The ruins treasured palace just happened to land where Zhao Feng was. Immediately after. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Tianyi and Li Hong, whose whereabouts were unknown, were sent to the outside world, arriving in the sky above the towering mountain. The moon-robed woman's gaze swept over Lu Tianyi and Li Hong, and her expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that the situation of the two true lord ranks was extremely bad. Even void god realm kings were troublesome to deal with. Let's save Tianyi first. The moon-robed woman gently raised her lily-white hand, and a holy and gorgeous silvery white moonlight descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Tianyi. Ugh! In his unconscious state, Lu Tianyi let out a painful groan. Immediately after. Whoosh! A young scorpion the size of an infant's palm was imprisoned by a cluster of silver moonlight and fell into the hands of the moon-robed woman. He didn't know what method the moon-robed celestial ant used to directly grab the youngling scorpion stuck in Lu Tianyi's throat. This young scorpion is a rare ancient mutated beast. The moon-robed woman imprisoned the young scorpion and took out a translucent crystal bottle. She flicked out a drop of pure and flawless crystal liquid, which directly seeped into Lu Tianyi's body amidst the flickering silvery moonlight. Holy Spirit purifying liquid. The expressions of the golden skeleton and the demonic Tao King changed slightly. After using the Holy Spirit purifying liquid, the poison within Lu Tianyi's body was quickly cleansed, and his life was soon out of danger. After waking up, Lu Tianyi told the situation in detail. If my guesses aren't wrong, then Zhao Feng definitely knows when the inheritance treasured palace will descend. Looks like the worst-case scenario still happened. The Purple Saint partial spirit has already confirmed the inheritor of the ruins. The inheritor of the ruins is obviously another outsider genius that entered the inheritance. The expressions of the three Void God Realm Kings became more solemn. Zhao Feng could be eliminated as the inheritor of the ruins. This was because he only entered the inheritance treasured palace later and had lasted for so long. It wasn't hard to guess that Zhao Feng was trying to buy time for the inheritor of the ruins. The worst-case scenario was that the owner of the Purple Saint ruins might change. We don't need to worry too much. If the inheritor can't break through to the origin core realm within a dozen or so years, he won't be able to truly control the ruins. The Golden Skeleton said in a deep tone. After all, the Purple Saint ruins was an independent dimension, and normal true spirit realms wouldn't be able to completely refine and control it even with the help of the Purple Saint partial spirit. That's right. Our three sects will team up and try to exhaust the Purple Saint partial spirit's power. After a dozen or so years, the Purple Saint partial spirit's power will be used up, and the inheritor won't be able to fully control the ruins. The demonic Dao male laughed. The three Void God Realm Kings had sensed the changes in the Purple Saint ruins, and their guesses were extremely close to the truth. A measly true mystic rank has a low chance of breaking through to the origin core realm within a dozen or so years. Even Lu Tianyi wasn't able to do this. The moon-robed female smiled faintly. The gap between the true spirit realm and the origin core realm was as wide as the abyss. For example, the Canopy Great Country had 8 major forces and countless families. They had experts at the true spirit realm and some at the true lord rank, but such a large country hadn't given birth to a sovereign in 100 years. Even the legendary two-star sects didn't have many sovereigns at the origin core realm, and the birth of one was worth celebrating. Furthermore, it's not like we don't have any clues. The moon-robed Ant Goddess eyes flashed. Oh. The other two Void God Realm Kings looked toward the moon-robed Ant Goddess. The moon-robed Ant Goddess smiled and held the youngling scorpion in her hand. So that's how it is. The Golden Skeleton and the demonic Dao King understood. The youngling scorpion was the youngling scorpion. The youngling scorpion was Zhao Feng's spiritual pet, and there was a connection between them. This mutated primordial beast will be given to my pure moon spiritual sect to nurture. The stronger it is, the stronger the connection with Zhao Feng will be. When the connection is strong enough, we might even be able to find his location. The moon-robed Ant Goddess put away the youngling scorpion. At the same time, inside a beautiful palace in the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng and the disciples of the three sects had all arrived. The disciples of the three sects were full of wariness towards Zhao Feng and didn't dare to attack him. In reality, Zhao Feng had used up a lot of energy in the battle and didn't dare to use his god spiritual eye too often. Within the dimension of his left eye, the freezing pond had reached a limit of 90 yards, and its growth had once again reached a bottleneck. Zhao Feng could feel that once the diameter of the freezing pond broke the limit of 10 yards, the god's spiritual eye might change once more. Zhao Feng couldn't predict what would happen when the god's spiritual eye awakened. Shwa! With a wave of his Yin shadow cloak, Zhao Feng's figure disappeared. Only Zhuang Wan and a few other true lord ranks were able to see where Zhao Feng left. Even if Zhao Feng doesn't use his eye bloodline, his strength is still stronger than normal true lord ranks. The geniuses of the three sects felt fear. Everyone, act according to the situation. Zhuang Wan flashed and passed through the eastern exit of the palace. Zhuang Wan's target was Zhao Feng. She didn't just do this because of instinct, but also because of her analysis. Following Zhao Feng might give her unexpected gains. This woman is chasing me relentlessly, but she doesn't have any killing intent. Zhao Feng followed the map of the Purple Saint treasured palace in his mind and passed through the complex palace. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng couldn't escape from Zhuang Wan. Zhuang Wan's strength was on par with Yi Yanyu and was even stronger than the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. Without the wood spirit essence soul, Zhao Feng didn't dare to use his god's spiritual eye too much, and he couldn't do anything to Zhuang Wan with just his own strength. Not long after Zhao Feng and Zhuang Wan disappeared, Yi Yanyu entered the Purple Saint treasured palace. As time passed, more and more geniuses entered the Purple Saint treasured palace. Not only were there disciples from the three sects, but there were also geniuses from the three sections. Even the three kings outside couldn't see what was happening within the Purple Saint treasured palace. Several days later. Shua. Two geniuses from the three sects were sent out of the Purple Saint treasured palace. Once they were sent out of the Purple Saint treasured palace, they would be sent out of the ruins. Some of the geniuses from the three sects were dejected, while others were brimming with energy. The ruins treasured palace was split into 3 floors. Most geniuses only stayed on the first floor, the myriad image treasured palace. If he could find a suitable inheritance, there would be great opportunities in the first floor of the myriad image treasure palace. The so-called 10,000 phenomenon inheritance, as the name suggested, was all-inclusive, and anyone could find a suitable inheritance within it. In the outside world, at the peak of the mountain. Shua. One or two geniuses from the three sects would occasionally be sent out. The number of geniuses from the three sects entering the ruins treasured palace this time was more than the past 100 years. And all of this was because of the changes in the Purple Saint ruins. The 3 Void God Realm kings paid close attention to the changes in the Purple Saint ruins, and they could confirm that the Purple Saint ruins had an inheritor who was currently refining the ruins. Every time a genius came out, the 3 Void God Realm kings would question them. There was no exception. All the geniuses that came out of the ruins treasured palace didn't see any traces of Zhao Feng. In the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. The opening of the Purple Saint ruins had come to an end. Most of the geniuses from the three sects had been sent out. Only Yi Yanyu, Zhuang Wan, a small number of geniuses, and Zhao Feng hadn't been sent out. If Zhao Feng was sent out, would he appear in the Qianlu Islands or where he was originally? A thought suddenly flashed through the moon-robed ant's mind. After all, the geniuses of the three sects all had their own inheritance tokens, but Zhao Feng didn't. At this point in time. In the Azure Flower Continent, at the sacred True Dragon Gathering. More than 2 months had passed. A flash of light would occasionally appear on the floating arena, representing a genius that had appeared from an inheritance. When at a certain instant. Amidst the clouds, an ancient azure door of light appeared. That's the aura of the Heaven's Legacy inheritance. The 9 venerable lords and the overlords of the continent exclaimed. Shua. A youth stepped out from the entrance representing the Heaven's Legacy inheritance. His aura had reached the early stage True Lord rank. Yu Tianhao. A commotion broke out in the arena. However, the expressions of the elders from the 10,000 Origin clan were slightly ugly. Apart from Yu Tianhao, Xi and Wuheng had also entered the Heaven's Legacy inheritance, but the latter hadn't come out. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.